Hi, this is the recording secretary. We see some hands raised and we are not sure if you are part of the applicant team or if you're wishing to do a public appearance. If you can chime in and let us know, please.
Hello, this is Cynthia Murray. I am wanting to do public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you're waiting to do a public comment for this item, if you can lower your hand, and we'll give you a chance to raise your hands when the public comment opens. That would help us out. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Chair Edmondson, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, all board members are present for the meeting that we're going to be here, and we're ready to go when you are.
Okay, we haven't tested me yet. Can everybody hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
And this is the host. If all board members can please show their video and unmute or keep their microphones mute, but show their video so we can start the meeting.
Mike, if you can hear me, would you just give me the all clear again when everybody's ready?
I'm clear, Chair.
All right, thank you.
Chair Edmondson, I think we have a team member that may not have checked in. It's the architect. Can we do a voice check on Mike Piatok, please?
Of course.
We just did a search through everyone that is in the attendance, and there's nobody by that name on the list. Are they in another name?
Kristen A has the list.
Mike, if you're on the list, can you please raise your hand? It'll jump you up to the top. Gotcha. You're under Michael. Okay. All right. All right, Mike, can you test your microphone, please?
Yes, can you hear me? This is Mike Piatok.
Yes, we can. Thank you. And if you can mute your microphone until the start of that item, it'd be appreciated.
And I have one more board member to let into the meeting. It'll just be a moment.
And Chair Edmondson, just so you're aware, we have about 78 people as attendees right now, so the list is hard for us to navigate. So just be patient with us whenever during public comment and public hearings.
Okay.
Navigating the list is a little harder than usual. Thank you.
Sure.
All board members are now logged in to the meeting.
Okay, just so I'm certain, if you could just let me know when would be appropriate to begin the meeting. I'm going to wait for the high sign from staff.
Chair Edmondson and Vice Chair Hedgebeth, this is Bill Rose. I think we're ready to go. If it's possible with the recording secretary, if we could do one last sound check with a Mark Setterlin from the applicant team, and then after that, we're ready to go.
Yes, there's a member in the attendees just named Mark. There's no last name. I can give you ability to speak if you can please verify that as Mark Setterlin once you have that ability. Mark, if you can unmute your microphone and verify that now.
Setterland is here.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, with that, Bill, it looks like all the applicant team is present and has microphones working.
Thank you, Mike. Yep. Chair Edmondson and Vice Chair Hedgebeth, we're ready to go.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much. Okay, I am going to begin a meeting of the City of Santa Rosa Design Review Board, Cultural Heritage Board joint meeting. We are conducting this meeting, of course, by teleconference, and I'm going to read some important notices regarding this manner of holding a meeting. Due to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Orders N-25-20 and N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act and the order of the Health Officer of the County of Sonoma to shelter in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19, the board members will participate by teleconference into the Cultural Heritage Board meeting, the joint meeting, August 6th, 2020. The live stream of this meeting will be uploaded to the City of Santa Rosa website as soon as possible after the meeting. And if you're a member of the public and you emailed or called in public comments prior to the meeting, the comments are summarized in the record and full emails will be archived as part of the record. So with that, I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask the recording secretary for a roll call, please.
Let the record reflect that for Design Review Board, all board members are present except for Chair Kincaid. And for Cultural Heritage Board, all board members are present.
Okay, thanks very much. So let's move right along. We're getting a late start and we are going to be doing our best to keep organized and on task. So let's move on to the board business. There are no minutes to approve, so we'll move on to item 3, board business. And Vice Chair Hedgebeth, would you like to read the Design Review Board's statement, please?
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, you're still muted there.
All right, great. Thank you. One thing, Patty, getting back with you, I have the agenda schedule items here as far as that that report to read here. It's not in the agenda proper, is it? It's in the trying to look at where to find that.
Vice Chair Hedgebeth, this is Bill Rose. It's actually item 3 on the agenda, board business.
Okay.
It's essentially the charge of the Design Review Board, and then that'll be followed by the same thing, but for the Cultural Heritage Board.
Okay, it's item 3. All right. Thank you for all that. I just want to be super accurate here. So for our Design Review Board, the Zoning Code Chapter 20-52-030F project review, the review authority shall consider the location, design, site plan configuration, and the overall effect of the proposed project upon surrounding properties and the city in general. Review shall be conducted by comparing the proposed project to the general plan, any applicable specific plan, applicable zoning code standards and requirements, consistency of the project with the city design guidelines, architectural criteria, for special areas and other applicable city requirements, city policy statements and improvement plans.
Thank you very much. And I'll read the Cultural Heritage Board Statement of Purpose. The Cultural Heritage Board shall consider the following matters, standards, guidelines, and criteria to the extent applicable in determining whether to grant or deny a permit. Whether the proposed change is consistent or incompatible with the architectural period of the building, whether the proposed change is compatible with any adjacent or nearby landmark structures or preservation district structures, whether the colors, textures, materials, fenestration, decorative features, and details proposed are consistent with the period and or are compatible with adjacent structures, whether the proposed change destroys or adversely affects an important architectural feature or features, and the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings, as well as such other matters, criteria, and standards as may be adopted by resolution of the Cultural Heritage Board. So with that, we will advance to the item number 4, which is public comment. This is for, and could I ask board members to mute microphones, please? Thank you. This is the portion of the meeting for any person to speak and address matters that are not otherwise listed on the agenda. So those members of the public who are wishing to speak specifically about item 6.1, the Caritas Village project, we will be having a public comment opportunity during the consideration of that item. But if you're here to comment on any other issue that's germane to the boards, this is the opportunity to do that. And each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes or whatever portion of that they would like. And planning staff, do we have any public comments?
This is Susie Murray. And I'm going to start off with some of the processes for the Caritas, but I'm wondering if you'd like me to wait until after the public comment section.
I guess we should wait unless there are speakers who are wishing to speak at this time. That way people will have a fresher appreciation of the procedure if we say it right before the public hearing during the Caritas item.
Chair Edmondson, at this time, no one is raising their hand for public comment, for general public comment. No one is raising their hand.
Okay. If any member of the public wishes to speak on a member, or excuse me, not about the Caritas project, but about something else, I'll just wait another 10 seconds to give an opportunity for anyone to raise their hand. And staff, if you would please just let me know if anybody's raised their hand at that time. And I will just take this opportunity to open the public hearing. Public comment, pardon me.
Chair Edmondson, no one is raising their hand.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and we're going to move on. Before we move on to item 6.1, board members, any abstentions tonight? I see 9 people in my gallery, so if any board members are making any kind of hand raise or anything like that, I may not be able to see you, so just bear that in mind. I don't see anybody wishing to abstain. So
excuse me, sorry, this is board member Corbin Brock. I have to abstain from this item just due to direct involvement on the consultant design team.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So staff, I understand that there will be procedures taken so that abstaining board members will be back in the meeting after consideration of the item that they're abstaining from. So if that is all the statements of abstention, we're going to move to item 6.1, public hearing for Caritas Village, major landmark alteration permit application and major design review approval application for 431, 437, 439, and 465 A Street, and 506, 512, 516, 520, 600, 608 and 612 Morgan Street, file number PRJ 18-052. And staff, we are starting late. So first and foremost, if there are any recommendations having to do with that delay, that we handle things differently, I think I'd like to address those at the top. But otherwise, we will move right on to the staff presentation.
Hi, Chair Edmondson, and I will start there. I'm changing my agenda here. This is Susie Murray from the city. And the first thing that I'd like to request is that just a reminder to our board members that if you agree with something your fellow board members are saying, if you could please just acknowledge that you agree rather than repeating everything that they have said. If you have something to add, please don't hesitate to do that. But if you're just agreeing with them, that saying that should suffice. I also wanted to clarify some of the process questions that we received prior to the meeting that came in from several board members. So the first question is what the process is tonight. The Design Review Board and the Cultural Heritage Board will both be acting on the preliminary design review resolution. We'll discuss that a little bit more as we move into that process. There was also a question as to what would be the next step if the landmark alteration permit is denied, or yeah, if it's not approved. There are lots of options there, and we'll discuss those options when we get closer to it. When we get to that point on the decision, there will likely be some dialogue that needs to occur. And then there, I think that answers those questions. If you would like, with regard to the process. After the preliminary design review is voted upon by both boards and we come to a consensus, the design review board will be released and the Cultural Heritage Board will stick around to act on the landmark alteration.
Okay, and of course, I would assume the CHB is going to be acting on the specific monument issues pursuant to the mitigation measures in the certified EIR. If the board reaches that point, that would be after the landmark alteration permit consideration.
I'm gonna get some help on that. Bill, could you?
Yeah, certainly. This is Bill Rose. So yeah, that discussion point, it will definitely be part of the landmark alteration permit. And I think there are several different ways in which we can address that. It could be a condition of approval, perhaps. It could be a separate motion. So at this point, the staff recommendation would be to allow the presentations to happen, the questions and answers, and I'll describe those just in a moment in terms of sequence that we would be recommending. But then we can address that specific item when we get to that point. So I think there are several pathways that we can take to address that tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you. If I recall the language correctly, the CHB's role in that process with respect to the the precise words escape me. It's numbers 4 and 5 on item 6.1 on the agenda, the interpretive materials, as well as the gateway monument, historic urban sidewalk treatments, and historic benches. That the CHB's role is, I think, to evaluate and approve if it so chooses. So that might be suitable for maybe some recitals and some language in the resolution if that can be ready by the time the item is considered.
Yeah, you have that correct.
And lastly, Ms. Murray or Mr. Rose, we have in the DRB resolution matters that are ancillary perhaps to the actual preliminary design review. I'm speaking now about the parking reduction. That's the first one of the broken down entitlements or votes in item 6.1, and then there's also the issue of the concessions related to density bonus, related to the housing allocation plan. So if you would just address those and let us know where those are to be considered.
Yeah, I believe we will go through those in the staff presentation in more detail. Those could be itemized. I think that as part of the discussion, and then certainly once the final action is taken, those can be itemized as the boards go through the deliberation. So I think that we just need to specify those actions. They need to be obviously captured in the resolution itself. But in terms of the discussion of the boards, I think you can do those as kind of a line item.
Okay.
And if the chair pleases, just one last thing in terms of procedure, given that we have obviously two boards, a number of board members here, we have a number of participants, both from the applicant team, the audience as well. Some suggestions tonight to make the meeting as efficient as possible. What staff would recommend is to go forward next with the staff presentation and then some follow-up questions, perhaps from the chair of both the CRB, the design review board, if there are some procedural questions or purview related questions, we can address those. We would ask that the boards withhold their typical question and answer period at that time. We then go to the applicant presentation. And then at that point, depending on the hour, we may consider a break. We may go into public comment at that point as well. And that actually might be a better time at the conclusion of the public comment to take a break. And then once we have both applicant, staff presentation, public comment, that's when we would recommend a question and answer period. You'll be informed by all of those comments, and we think that's the most efficient way for tonight to proceed. So just to kind of recap very quickly, staff presentation, follow up for purview process questions from the board, the chair of each board, applicant presentation, then public comment, perhaps a break at that time, a dinner break, and then come back questions from the boards. And then once we conclude the questions, we'll go into a motion, put the motion on the table, get the second, and then we can start the deliberation. And what I think we've seen work well in the past, kind of a straight line. We start at kind of one end and we go right down the line from each respective board.
All right, that sounds great. Before we do the staff presentation, any urgent process questions from any members of either board? Ideally, we could hold off on as many questions as possible until the time that Mr. Rose suggested that we would take board questions, but just want to make sure we don't have any particularized questions, and I'm not seeing anybody. So I think we'll move on right now to the staff presentation, and I think Ms. Tumians is giving the staff presentation, and if that's correct, Ms. Tumians, please begin when you're ready.
We're just getting the presentation ready at this point.
Want to just take this opportunity to break in and with a little editorial comment and thank the members of the public for your patience as we waited for the meeting ahead of us to finish and for this late start. I know everybody is wishing they were spending this evening, with hobbies and their families and relaxing in these stressful times. And so we appreciate your joining us and participating in the process. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair Edmondson and Vice Chair Hedgepeth, and members of the Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board. This is Kristen Tumian, Senior Planner, and I'm here to present Caritas Village. at the joint hearing of the Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board. This is a project situated in downtown. It's a 2.78 acre project site on the west part of downtown, and it's bordered by 7th Street to the north, A Street to the east, 6th Street to the south, and Morgan Street to the west. And the project is fully developed and consists of Catholic Charities Homeless Services Center and Family Support Center. A redevelopment proposal for the site includes a 126 unit affordable housing development called Caritas Homes to be operated by one of the applicants, Burbank Housing, as well as a comprehensive family and homeless support service facility, Caritas Center, which would be operated by the other applicant, Catholic Charities. Caritas Center would centralize services and programs currently located on the site by consolidating them into a single comprehensive homeless support services facility. And the square footage totals approximately 46,587 square feet and is comprised within 3 stories. It would help expand its emergency family housing as well as other programs that are geared towards homelessness. Caritas Homes would provide 126 permanent affordable housing units plus 2 units for on-site managers. And the residential units would be a mix of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom apartments. And approximately half of these units would target people who have experienced homelessness or are at risk of homelessness. I just want to go through the sort of long history of this project. It's been a 2 years worth of progress. On March 21st, we held a pre-app meeting to introduce the project. We held the first concept design review at a joint meeting with the CHB and DRB on April 19, 2018. And the applicants submitted their entitlements on September 10th, 2018. Staff has sent several notices to the public, including a notice of application when it first came in, as well as a revised notice of application with a expanded radius to 1,000 feet following the submittal of their initial entitlements. On January 24th, 2019, a notice of preparation of a draft EIR was sent to state agencies. And on February 6, 2019, staff held a scoping meeting to determine the scope of the EIR. On October 16th, planning staff presented a revised concept design review at a second joint meeting with the CHB and DRB. On November 15, 2019, staff sent a notice of availability of the draft EIR to state agencies, and a notice was published in the Press Democrat, and there was a 45-day public review period. On February 27, 2020, Planning Commission reviewed the entitlements. They recommended that the City Council certify the EIR for the project, that the City Council adopt the findings of fact, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, also known as MMRP, and statement of overriding considerations, that the City Council approve a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from medium density residential and retail business services to transit village mixed use. They recommended that the City Council approve a specific plan amendment to include all the project parcels within the Courthouse Square sub area, and they specified roundabout diameter widths for the intersections at 6th and A and 7th and A. They also recommended that the City Council adopt a rezoning of the project site to TVMHSA, which is Transit Village Mixed Use with a historic and station area overlay. They also approved a minor conditional use permit for the emergency shelter, and they approved a tentative map for the Caritas Village, dividing the property into 3 parcels. Then on March 3rd, the City Council acted on all those items. They certified the EIR, they adopted the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. They approved the general plan amendment. They approved the specific plan amendment. they introduced an ordinance to rezone the property, and the matter moved forward. At that meeting, the City Council amended mitigation measure CUL4 compatible design that requires the applicant provide a small gateway monument on the north side of intersection of 7th and A Street. Additionally, the project is required to incorporate the use of historic urban sidewalk treatments and historic benches within the project area consistent with the City of Santa Rosa Downtown Northern Pedestrian Linkage Study, Element 11. Both the gateway monument and the sidewalk treatments are subject to Cultural Heritage Board approval. On March 3rd, the City Council approved the general plan amendment to TVM. This general plan designation actually requires a minimum of 40 units per acre, and there's no maximum density requirement for this designation. It's quite a unique designation in the general plan. The applicant has an approved density of, within their 2 residential structures of 63 units each. That would result in a density of 91.3 dwelling units per acre and 92.64 dwelling units per acre. Those are the two structures at the top to the north of the project site. The City Council approved a zone change to TVM, which is a corresponding zoning district for the general plan designation of TVM. Again, the minimum allowable density is 40 dwelling units per acre, and there's no max density. And it's intended to be for parcels that are close to a central node of activity or very near to a transit facility, which this project site is. There are 2 overlays on the project site. So the -H refers to the historic combining district because the entire project site is within the St. Rose Historic Preservation District. In addition, the parcels are within the station area combining district for the downtown station area specific plan. And this designation is intended to enhance and reinforce distinctive characteristics within the downtown station area specific plan, and it's intended to create an environment that is comfortable for pedestrians. The TVM zoning district also requires that any new development within this area be a minimum of 2 stories. As proposed, the Caritas Center is proposed at up to 3 stories, and Caritas homes will range from 2 to 4 stories. And the transitional housing and emergency shelter uses are allowed uses within the TVM zoning district with the approved minor use permit. So the council approved the specific plan amendment to include all project parcels within the Courthouse Square sub area. And the Courthouse Square sub area is the commercial core of Santa Rosa and consists of a mix of retail and office uses. And the area is envisioned to be developed into a vibrant mixed-use area with new housing added to existing office and retail uses. This specific plan area encourages development of new high-density housing that is appropriate for a city center with continuous ground floor retail and ways to promote a pedestrian-friendly environment. Now, the purple that you see is the area for the St. Rose Historic Preservation District. And as you can see, the project site outlined in the dashed green is within the southern, finger of the St. Rose Historic Preservation District. And you can see it's bounded on one side by Highway 101 and 2 sides by the mall parking garage. And to the north is single family homes and also the Sonoma County Museum. These are the 2 subject properties on the site that were identified as contributing structures in the historic analysis. All of the structures on the project site are proposed to be demolished, including these structures. And the EIR that was certified by the City Council identified the demolition of these structures as a significant and unavoidable impact. Now, because this project is within the St. Rose Historic Preservation District, it will require a major landmark alteration permit to allow for the demolition of the structures and for the construction of the new buildings within the historic district. Now, this project has been to joint concept design review twice. The first time was in April 19th, 2018, before the applicant formally submitted their entitlements. And as you can see, the project was very different because they had not yet acquired the properties at the southwest corner. And as you can see, the building configurations are very different than what's proposed now. These are some of the CHP's comments, a summary of their comments. And I know some of the board members have changed since 2018, but staff wanted to highlight what sort of comments were given at the time. And this is a summary of the DRB's comments. And the building design has changed considerably since the first presentation. On October 16, 2019, there was a second concept design review, and it was very similar to building design to what you're going to see today. This is a summary of the CHB's comments. They wanted the applicant and architect to revisit how the building fits in with the historic district and how it looks from the street. They wanted the buildings to reflect more of other contributors than just the museum and the St. Rose School in the design. There is a concern that 6 or 7 contributing structures will be demolished. And they wanted the applicant to work more with the neighbors to gain more support. They wanted the project to fit in with the historic neighborhood. And they stated it was possible to go taller, but it needs to balance with the historic district. The southern part of the project is not adjacent to the historic districts, and the CHB felt that it could be more contemporary and is probably the less challenging portion of the project than the north part that interfaces with the single family homes in the historic district. The CHB thought you could create a more playful character on the north side, such as the south elevation. They also felt that there is more institutional character going up the buildings. One of the CHB members suggested that they consider a more contemporary design on the northern elevation with more detail work, especially as the height increases and create a less institutional, more residential character, and try to break up flat surfaces. And they thought the north elevation lacked some visual interest. The DRB stated that the design can be contemporary, but had to be compatible in scale and materials. They thought the architect could consider bringing elements from the west, south, and east elevations of Caritas Center to the north elevation to bring the Caritas Center design elements to the residential buildings, bringing the character of the center through the entire project. They felt the east and west elevations of the residential portion are overly busy and contain elements not found on the center. They thought that the architect can make homes and the center more outwardly focused and interactive with the street. They wanted the applicant to consider keeping personal storage and bike rack areas to help prevent impacts on the neighborhood. And they wanted the applicant to reconsider the color palette and other accent colors besides, I think there's a strong purple color. And they felt the design on homes is bland or institutional. And they encouraged playfulness of the center and the housing element design and integrating the entire block together. So making the buildings look like they belonged more to each other. The DRB also wanted the architect to reconsider shading elements on the north elevation You can see the little stoops and shed roofs on the lower picture. The interior elevations on both buildings are plain and flat. They thought that they could drop transitional materials on secondary towers, and that might help with height restrictions. They wanted the architect to explore ways to provide safety and security for residents and neighbors. They felt that the two project components are separated by that central parking area, and that a connection was needed between the center and the homes. And that the architect should find a way to draw families to the center from the homes and create a visually cohesive paving treatment or vines, some way to tie the two buildings together. One of the DRB members thought the two courtyards were adult focused, and they thought that some amenities for children, such as playground areas, could be added. And overall, they wanted to add some liveliness to the center to the homes. And one DRB member suggested that elements with as much vegetation as possible would add to the design. This is the current design. The left photo is for the center entrance on 6th Street, and the right photo is 6th and A Street. And I'm going to let the architect go through the design in more detail when they present. This is on the left is 6th and Morgan Street. So you can see the mall parking garage in the distance there. And on the right photo is the home's entrance. So in between the two buildings. This photo on the left is 7th and Morgan Street. You can see a little snippet of the single family residential neighborhood there. And on the right, you see 7th and A Street. So for parking, the Caritas Center has a total parking requirement for the Caritas Center. And that would be 25 parking spaces. Caritas Center would have 45 parking spaces, in addition to bicycle parking spaces. Caritas Homes, each building would provide 27 spaces per building for a total of 54 spaces, which is a ratio of 0.42 spaces per dwelling unit. And the applicant is requesting a reduction from 128 to 54 parking spaces. And parking reductions are within the purview of the design review board. Here's a breakdown of the parking count for the emergency shelter, showing the number of spaces required versus the number of spaces provided, just to give you a better idea. As far as CEQA, on March 3rd, the City Council certified an environmental impact report. They adopted a findings of fact related to CEQA and statements of overriding considerations for the project. And pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15162, no subsequent EIR is required, as there are no major revisions of the previous EIR, and there are no significant new environmental impacts or a substantial increase in the severity of the previously identified significant effects. So the environmental review is essentially completed, and the project hasn't changed substantially to require us to reopen the EIR in any way. So the mitigation measures would still stand, and there are no changes to the EIR at this point. With that, staff is recommending that the Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board approve the following. Design Review Board consideration and approval of a parking reduction. Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board consideration and approval of preliminary design review. The Cultural Heritage Board consideration and approval of a major landmark alteration to allow for the demolition of the existing facilities, all the buildings on the project site, and new construction within the St. Rose Historic Preservation District. That the Cultural Heritage Board consider and approve interpretive materials related to the history of the property, as well as the broader St. Rose Historic Preservation District. This is one of the mitigation measures that the city council added. And also the Cultural Heritage Board consider and approve a gateway monument on the north side of the intersection of 7th and A, and historic urban sidewalk treatments and historic benches. Those last two items would be separate motions that would be independent of the landmark alteration permit. With that, staff is available for comments. The applicant has a prepared PowerPoint to go over the project design in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tumians. I think we'll follow the process that Mr. Rose outlined, where we will, after I do one more thing, we'll move to chair scoping questions. That'll be questions from me and from Mr. Hedgepeth regarding the sort of legal findings that we would need to make to approve or that the failure to make would result in the disapproval of the permit applications. But before that, I am remiss in not having asked board members to make any ex parte disclosures of any information that you may have that is not in the public record, as well as any kind of visits to the project site or interactions with interested parties that are not reflected in the record. So I will start with CHB members. Board Member Muser, would you let us know if you have any ex parte disclosures, please?
I visited the site, and that's all.
Board Member McHugh, please. And yeah. Right.
I had a brief conversation with a member of the Burbank Housing. I'm spacing on his name.
And is there any information?
It was a phone conversation, a brief phone conversation. And he asked me if there's any questions I had with respect to the project or what Burbank Housing was doing.
And is there any information that you learned in the course of that that's not in the record? That
no, not at all.
Great, thank you. Board Member Groninger? And we need your mic up, Kurt. I did that a couple times yesterday, so.
Through the past several months and recently visited the whole site and area. Actually done that a number of times. I did have a brief conversation with a representative of Burbank Housing. I believe that was Efren Carrillo. And then just for further information, I attended a couple of the planning commissions where they took action previous to tonight as well. With that all said and done, I have nothing further to report and no change of information.
Great, thank you, Board Member Groninger. Board Member DeBacher, please.
Hello, Chair. Yep, let's get the video back on. There we go. Yes, I visited the site several times. Being the representative or the liaison for the St. Rose District, I am approached by a meeting and I get to hear their input.
Mark,
yes.
Mark, I'm sorry to cut you off. We had some audio problems at the beginning of your remarks, and so if I could ask you to just remake those, please.
Oh, certainly. I've had a chance to visit the site on a number of occasions. Also, as my job with the board is the liaison for the St. Rose District, the constituency there has been approaching me on a regular basis for years on this project and been able to listen to their concerns. I was also approached by Efren Carrillo and we had a short telephone conversation in which nothing substantive.
The last word I heard, Mark, was substantive. Did you say anything after the word substantive that might have gotten cut off? And does that conclude your ex parte disclosures?
You missed the final word. Nothing substantive was discussed, and that was the end of my display. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Board Member DeBacher. Board Member Garrett, please.
I visited the site several times. I actually had conversations with several neighbors who were concerned about the project. I also had 2 phone calls from Efren Carrillo, mainly wanting to know if I had questions and that he could answer, and nothing of significance was discussed with him.
Thanks very much. And Vice Chair Fennell, any ex parte disclosures?
I too visited the site and several times, and also had a meeting with Efren Carrillo, and nothing substantial was discussed either.
Thanks very much. And I visited the site and was taken on a tour prior to the concept review, and I disclosed this at that time with Ms. Holmes and Mr. Carrillo. And subsequent to the concept item, I may have had a couple of emails come in from members of the public to my city email, but they were not substantive in nature, nothing that isn't in the record as far as I know, and very cursory. And then I did have a phone conversation with Mr. Carrillo about a week or 2 ago, where he asked me similarly if I had any questions or needed any further information about the project. And all of our discussion is reflected in the materials in the record. I've also visited the site a number of times and did not get any non-public information that's not in the record from any of those visits. So that is all of my disclosures. And Vice Chair Hedgepeth, if you would pull the DRB, if you would be so kind, that would be great.
Thank you. Yes, going to the board proper. Adam, let's start with you. Any ex parte that you had experienced?
I have visited the site since our last meeting in October, and I had a telephone conversation earlier this week with Efren Carrillo from Burbank Housing to discuss the process and the new package that we received, and nothing that is non-public came out of that conversation.
Thank you, Adam. Drew, anything you experienced with ex parte?
I didn't visit the site just because I'm stuck at home, but I'm familiar with the site. And then I believe I had a conversation with Efren Carrillo, I feel like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, briefly about the project, just reminding me that it was coming back up and that nothing substantive was discussed.
Thank you, Drew. Henry, any experiences with ex parte?
Visited the site, and that's about it.
Thank you. So on my account, I did have Efren Carrillo reached out by phone. We had a brief conversation. Nothing substantive there. He asked if there were any questions. I really didn't have any questions, so nothing on the record there. There's a Bert Bangsberg who called briefly today. That was cut short. There's probably a 3-minute call. He had other things going, but just questions again, nothing significant. I'm familiar with the site. I visited, 2016, 2017, 18, pre-COVID visits to the site over time. That's my report. So we'll turn it back to you, Casey.
Chair Edmondson, you're muted there.
We're all going to do it once or more. Thank you very much, Mr. Hedgepeth, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, and Mr. Rose. Yeah. So let's move on to the scoping questions, and I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I'm mindful of the public's time and the applicant's time. But I just want to walk through exactly what is at issue in these entitlement applications that have been filed that are being sought tonight. There were many things addressed in the public comments that we have in the record that are reflected also in the staff report and staff presentation, having to do with the project as a whole and more broadly and how it is going to function, and then also concerns related to a number of issues. So I suppose my first question for staff is just to ask or to have staff confirm that even though some of these things are discussed for the sake of being comprehensive and giving everybody a full picture of the past actions and the project design, that not every issue that was addressed in the staff report or the staff presentation is a consideration that's relevant to what we're here tonight to figure out. Is that correct? And if you could just say a little bit about, you know, the fine, well, no, that's enough. I'm thumpering. If you could just answer that to start, please.
Surely, Chair Edmondson, this is Bill Rose. I'll take a crack at it. And just one quick item. We do have a number of other staff members present. You've heard Susie Murray speak. You've heard myself. We also have Ashley Crocker from the City Attorney's Office present as well. So hopefully any other questions that come up, we can get those answered for you right away. Yeah, it's a great question. So obviously this is a project that has a number of entitlements, a number of actions have already been taken. So I think what I'll do is twofold, and I'll be as brief as possible. I'll quickly go over what's before the board tonight, but I'll also explain what's not before the board. And I think hopefully that contrast will kind of make the picture a little clearer. And this certainly, what I'm about to say, doesn't detract from anything that the members of the public may wish to add during their comments or anything that they wish to have added in written comments. That's all fair and can certainly be discussed, but this is what's relevant to the actions tonight. The actions tonight are twofold. It's a design review. In this case, it's a joint action. Effectively, the charge statements that both Chair Edmondson and Vice Chair Hedgepeth read, that is what will drive that action. It's compliance with the design guidelines. It's compliance with the historic preservation characteristics that both boards are familiar with. As you routinely look at projects, you refer to those, and that's what that action will include. What the actions don't include tonight are the things that have already been acted on, and those are primarily the land use actions. So this project, it had a number of actions, approvals actually, both at the Planning Commission and then subsequently at the City Council. And all of the land use actions that have been decided are effectively locked in place. So that means the general plan and the zoning and things like that. One other thing that's a critical element, because it ties in so much with the historical review and among many other things actually, is the CEQA review. So this project had an environmental impact report, as Ms. Tumian's indicated, and that was certified by the City Council. So that is a broad encompassing action. And so all of the topical areas of CEQA, which include aesthetics, traffic, historic preservation, cultural resources, the list goes on, biological resources, those have all been acted upon, and the City Council has determined that that study and the conclusions in that study were adequate and appropriate. So that aspect is not what's before the board tonight, because also, as Ms. Tumian's indicated, staff has reviewed this project and finds it, the project before you, is consistent with that environmental impact report. So I hope that helps kind of clear things up, both what's before the board and what is not before the board, but happy to answer any follow-up questions.
All right. Happened twice now. I'll keep tally marks. Just wanted to ask a little bit about the environmental impact report and the findings that the City Council made in the course of certifying the EIR and the related, legal steps that they took. We have to make findings in the course of granting or denying these permits. And if it were the sentiment of the DRB or the CHB that we would make a finding as a board that is irreconcilable with the city council's findings. Is that something we have that we're powerless to do, or is that something we're allowed to do? Just trying to figure out if we have our ordinary level of discretion, or if the city council's, if the city council's findings have the force of law that we can't contradict them.
That's a great question. Thank you, Chair Edmondson. Since you indicated the force of law, I am going to turn that over to our legal expert, Ms. Ashley Crocker.
Hi, thank you. As Mr. Rose, mentioned, the City Council did already previously certify the EIR, and at that time, they also adopted the findings of fact, the mitigation monitoring plan, and the statement of overriding considerations. And the findings of fact and the overrides reflect not only the mitigation measures, but also the City Council's thought process and decision-making that they went through prior to project approval. So those documents all reflect the Council's decision and the certified EIR, and they are not subject to change by this board. The previously certified EIR and those documents are presumed valid, and the adequacy of those is not within the purview of either board this evening. And that's.
So I guess my question would be that we wouldn't be, of course, as you just stated correctly, we wouldn't be disturbing any of their actions. But I suppose my question is whether we can take an action that reaches a different judgment on the exact same findings or substantially identical findings that the City Council made. Could we reach the opposite, make the opposite finding?
Well, you can't recertify the EIR or reapprove the findings. If in the course of your deliberations you find that you perhaps disagree with some of the findings, you could note that, but we can't change the findings. But if you were to say, have a different opinion on an alternative or feasibility, you could voice that, but you're not making these same findings. The findings that you're making are different and outside of the scope of CEQA. They're not CEQA findings, they're not overriding considerations or new mitigation measures or certification of the EIR. So your findings and comments would be similar to your other actions. I mean, it's within your purview to make your consistency findings and other findings that are governed by the code, but not to make new CEQA findings.
Great, that's a perfect answer, and it exactly addresses my question. I want to touch quickly on the tentative map. The city council approved a tentative map, as I understand it, together with the EIR at that meeting and the number of other entitlements. And Mr. Rose or any other member of staff, if you could explain to us what the effect is of that tentative map approval on our ability to change the site plan. My understanding is that tentative map approval locks in the site plan. So if we were to seek to condition our approvals on some sort of moving of structures or significant site plan changes, that would be inconsistent with the tentative map. Is that correct, Mr. Rose, or whomever else wants to take the question?
Yes, that's correct. The tentative map, it establishes the lot patterns. And so with that, and the other land use actions associated with this project that have already been granted, the site plan is effectively, it's been approved, it's been accepted. And as you start to alter that, it then has a cascading series of events, can't build over property lines, things like that. So I would say for all intents and purposes that plan has been accepted and approved. And I believe you're muted again, Chair Edmondson.
In my defense, I've got the most muting and unmuting to do. So, except for you, Mr. Rose. Wanted to ask quickly about, and Mr. Hedgepeth, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, if you feel like breaking in, please do. Regarding the Design Review Board resolution for the preliminary design review approval, the draft resolution that's part of the agenda, which is set up in the same manner as I've always seen these resolutions for Design Review Board action only. And what I thought I heard earlier from staff is that it's going to be a joint action, not just the hearing and an opportunity for the CHB to be heard, but actually the CHB voting on the resolution. Could you walk me through that, please, and let me know if I'm wrong or if I'm correct?
Hi, Chair Edmondson. This is Susan Murray again, and I apologize. I didn't finish that thought in my previous discussion, so I'm going to finish it now. Zoning Code Chapter 2058-060 requires that projects in the downtown area within preservation districts that are of a greater size than 5,000 square feet require both the CHB and the DRB act on preliminary design review. Following that action, the CHB would act solely on the landmark alteration, and then final design review would be done by just the design review board. So that's the process there.
So I guess my next question is to do with the draft resolution. I don't know if the Cultural Heritage Board is referenced in this document.
It's not, and we caught that earlier. And what we will ask is that everywhere where it refers to the design review board, that be replaced in the resolution with the Cultural Heritage Board and the design review board. So we'll just do that throughout the resolution, and we'll try to remember, I'll try to remember to remind whomever's reading it to do that in the read.
Perfect. Thanks very much. And then I just want to comment on another entitlement that the City Council granted, which was a minor conditional use permit, which I believe is to do with the emergency shelter land use that's intended for the center on the southern portion of the site. So many of the findings that we have to talk about use the words compatibility and harmony, that sort of thing, to do with, you know, how well this project is going to fit in with surrounding neighborhoods and buildings. But in the context of these bodies, those words are to do more with aesthetics and also historic use, historic nature, this historic fabric, and then the design values related to those words. And when it comes to more of a quality of life, you know, like noise levels or, you know, the list goes on, but some of the things that, you know, most people would think of as compatibility issues are not the subject of tonight's hearing. They were the subject of the City Council's hearing when they took up the minor CUP. That might be enough discussion of that, but if staff has any comment, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Chair Edmondson, Bill Rose again. You're absolutely correct. The use permit in this case granted and authorized the land use per se and determined that the proposal satisfied the findings. Use permits also can establish operational considerations as well. So hours of operation, for example. Those items, therefore, are not on the within the purview of these actions tonight. But compatibility, as you've indicated, with regard to aesthetics and everything that ties back to the statements that both chairs read tonight in terms of your purview for your respective actions, that's what it means. So it's a slightly different context when it comes to compatibility.
I had one quick question tailing to the CHB chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I've got one last question, but I'm happy to ask it after you ask your questions, Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
Okay, it was only, I didn't want to lose the thread here because it tied in with an earlier comment. This probably goes to Bill Rose and to Ashley Crocker as well. Susie Murray, you had mentioned that the resolution for design review, in this case, this is very unique. This happens once every 10 years, but you're going to collectively bundle the CHB and the DRB into the resolution for the design review board. Is that true?
Yes, the preliminary, only for the preliminary design review.
Yes.
That will be granted by both the Cultural Heritage Board and the Design Review Board. And I'll also add that we have to have board consensus. So each board has to have their individual board consensus, and they both have to vote in the same direction in order to move the project forward.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I believe that clarifies, because for our board, typically when you look at filing motions, rather than a kind of free-for-all motion from both boards, we're going to create this seawall, firewall between the two boards, so that we create a motion collectively with our four parties together. When someone's going to make a motion there, and we create a consensus around that developing motion. We close our proceedings then with the clarification of that motion, and records are taken, motions are considered about the preliminary review. At that point, it either preceded or after the fact, the Cultural Heritage Board will have the same exact rally. They will have the same process of, amongst themselves, creating their motion, commenting on the motion, and evolving into a consensus.
Correct.
So then that's bundled back together. There's a joint comments then are taken back together. So the resolution will include both public record of both parties collectively together. I'm not sure which way each board's going to go. Typically, a number of things can happen with the DRB, but the whole thing about final design review, suggestions there. At this point, we're getting direction from staff to not comment at all about final design review. It's only for preliminary. Is that true?
Correct. This is a project for preliminary design review and landmark alteration. But,
okay.
You know, I'm going to ask Kristen A to actually confirm that.
Yes, that's correct. Preliminary design review and major landmark alteration permit.
And just to add to that, Chair Edmondson, Vice Chair Hedgebeth, this is Bill Rose again. And we're a little ahead of it. We will reiterate this again before any voting happens. But there's a little distinction on this. The voting for each board is slightly different. The Design Review Board will be requiring a majority of the quorum. So in this case, it is 3 of the 4 members need to vote in the affirmative. That will result in a consensus action on that board. And then on the CHB, 4 votes are required. And that's a special distinction in the zoning code. So we'll need at least 4 votes in the affirmative from the CHB. Once we have an affirmative vote on the DRB and the CHB together, that's what will achieve consensus.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth, I take it that was all of your questions regarding the sort of legal posture here. Are there any additional questions you'd like to ask staff before we hear the applicant presentation?
I believe that's it. Sorry for barging in, Chair Edmondson. I just didn't want to lose that thread.
You are barge away. You are adept at running these things. Okay, let's move right on to the applicant presentation. I know the applicant and the applicant representatives and team, many of you are here. So whenever you are ready, take a few moments to set up if you need to. Although staff, I am mindful of the public's time, but I don't know if there's any interest in a 5-minute break, but I don't know how long the applicant presentation is meant to be, so that might have something to do with it.
I believe the applicant's presentation, this is Bill Rose again, will probably be in the 10 to 12 minute range, roughly. We might have a couple minutes to set that up. So this might be a good time for a 3 to 5 minute break while we do that. You're muted again, Chair Edmondson. I think that's the 5th time, if I'm counting. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's at least there's some comedy. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll be right back.
And this is the host at this time. If all board members can please stop their video and mute their microphones until we reconvene.
I'm up next.
I know you are.
At this time, can we have all the board members turn their cameras back on? Again, board members, we are ready to begin. If you can please turn on your cameras so we know you are present so we can resume. All right, Chair Edmondson, it looks like you're able to resume now.
Thank you, Mr. Maloney. Okay, we are resuming the meeting and no longer in recess, and it is time for the applicant presentation. Please kick it off whenever you're ready.
Hi, this is Len Marabella. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Chair Edmondson, Chair Hedgepeth, and members of the Cultural Heritage Board and the Design Review Board. I'm Len Marabella, CEO of Catholic Charities. I thank you for your attention and consideration of Caritas Village. I also want to thank the city staff for your hard work and focus on this application. We're here to request your support of the recommendation as presented by the city staff. Caritas Village is a major part of the solution of the top issue facing our community today, homelessness and housing affordability. Caritas Village consists of two components, Caritas Center and Caritas Homes. Caritas Center, providing multiple services, functions as the bridge from homelessness to housing. Caritas Homes, led by our partner Burbank Housing, will provide 126 units of permanent affordable housing for vulnerable families and individuals with low income. As you've heard, the City Council has approved the EIR. It's been certified, and a statement of overriding considerations has been adopted due to the critical needs of this project. And we believe our design is sensitive and compatible with the historic nature of this location. And we have responded to the design input that we got from our previous meetings, as was discussed earlier. Caritas Village addresses an urgent need in the city, and we request your support for the Village Project, Caritas Village Project, as recommended by the city staff. Following me speaking will be Mike Piatak, our architect, and Amber Grady, our architectural historian. They're here to answer your questions, and now I'd like to introduce Mike Piatak, who will briefly walk through the design. Thank you for your attention.
Can you hear me, folks?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I'll try to briefly take you on a walk along the streets around the Caritas Village, update you on what we've done over the last few months. We've tried to make the village a bright and warm place. These forms, materials, and colors send the message that this is a friendly, welcoming, and healthy environment to visit and live in. The center and the homes are made to feel like cousins, with off-white bodies and earth tone accents. And I have to say, as a sidebar, this has not been easy in this very difficult construction climate of ever-escalating costs. It's been a challenge. In this first slide that Christina is showing, you are looking at the Family Center with its entrance from A Street on the right-hand side, where you see that blade sign vertically placed. The projecting bays on the second and third floor are the family rooms, and the corner is occupied by offices for counselors conveniently located there for the residents, while also providing oversight of that street intersection. And the ground floor has a classroom at the corner that will bring life and activity to that corner during the day and the evening. The building is now, both buildings are now primarily stucco, with varying colors and textures to articulate the different parts of the building. If we can move to the next slide. Mid-block on 6th Street is the main entrance to a 2-story lobby for the visitors, newcomers, and admin staff who work on the 3rd. By the way, you will notice that each of the 3 entrances is marked by its stair tower. It's clad with a terracotta color and striped with shadow lines to scale down their heights. The blade signs will be designed by a graphic designer, and the names on each will be determined by Catholic Charities. Next to the main entrance on the ground floor to the left is a heavy timber vine-covered trellis that screens the Nightingale program from a hot southern sun. And it also provides a pleasant foreground view for the residents inside who are still convalescing after stays in hospitals. And that little foreground view allows nothing pleasant other than the garage across the street. The next slide. And at the corner of Morgan and 6th is the Day Center for Homeless Singles. There is an entry courtyard enclosed by a decorative wood fence planted with vines. This helps to screen people gathering at the entry from being seen by the public and creates an attractive landscape feature. And again, you can see a tower there, terracotta tile. It's actually stucco, but painted with a terracotta color, announcing that point of entry to the Day Center. The next slide, please. Now, the north side, I've walked around Morgan and into the north side parking lot. The rear courtyards are screened with decorative fencing and planted with vines to present a soft, welcoming feeling. Central Court welcomes visitors and staff to the 2-story lobby beyond, and above which is an outdoor terrace where staff can relax on breaks and overlook the activities of the courtyards below. I mean, you can see that this facade is somewhat simpler than those that face the streets. We had to make priorities and difficult choices where to spend money during this period of very expensive costs, as I mentioned. And the 3 public street faces were most important to us to achieve their quality. Next slide, please. Moving on down Morgan Street, we come to Caritas Homes. We gave this corner a tower-like element to be a gateway as people move northward by foot and by car into the rest of the neighborhood to the north. As I said earlier, the colors are a cousin of those on the center with slightly different variations. We took your advice to deinstitutionalizing the building's character and replace the flat parapets at the top with cantilevered roofs and a rhythm of wood beams on their undersides to shape a kind of traditional cornice look. The projecting elements that you see on the bays on the side and on the left side along Morgan are lighter than the building's primary mass color. And those projections along Morgan have porch-like patios on the first floor to provide activity and surveillance of the street. Next slide, please. Now, at the corner of Morgan and 7th Street are the 2-story townhomes with 1-story front porches to match the scale of the neighborhood. We also took your advice not to mimic the 2 major historic buildings in the area and are not using terracotta tile roofs, but composition shingles like much of the neighborhood's residences. We've also used a variety of colors to articulate the different parts of the housing, unlike what we had done the first time, which you considered was a little too homogeneous and somewhat institutional by having all one color. So we varied the color now to create more interest. The next slide, please. In the middle of Morgan Street are the lobby entrances to the 2 phases of Caritas homes. And these are embellished with heavy timber trellises planted with vines. And the recesses that you see around the lobby on both sides are decorated with a tile. And on the right side, you see teal tile. On the left side for the second phase, it's a terracotta tile. And the former alley is now a pedestrian muse that's shared by the residents, and it maintains the vista down that former alley. Next slide, please. Finally, at the corner of Morgan and A Street, you can see how we have used color again to articulate the different masses, scaling down the building and no longer using one homogeneous color. Even with the differences in color though, we've kept them kind of mild, not screaming and chromatic, so that they still hang together as one place, even though the parts are differentiated. The 1-story porches on 7th Street and the porch-like patios on the ground floor lining A Street bring life and surveillance to the public realm on both those streets. Next slide. And this last view is not seen by the public. It's really a view down the residential muse, private to the residents of both phase 1 and phase 2. It's lined on the ground level with services, social services, laundry, bike repair, things that are important to the residents. And then up the 2 stairs that you can sort of see there that lead up to the courtyard above are the community rooms and the trellised terraces. We've kept those portions of the building at 2 stories to bring more daylight into the muse. So that's a summary of my walkabout, and we'll be glad to answer any questions about details that you might have. Thank you.
Thanks very much. If there are any other members of the applicant team, if you could just take it away.
Thank you. Am I coming through? This is Amber Grady.
Yes, you're coming through, Amber.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
As I said, my name is Amber Grady. I am the architectural historian with the project. I've been assisting the applicant with compliance with some of the mitigation measures. As staff has very thoroughly explained already, the EIR has been certified by the City Council, and a statement of overriding considerations has been adopted. As a result of that CEQA process, there are a number of mitigation measures that have been prescribed. And I'm here to talk about the 2 mitigation measures that are within your purview to approve, and that is CUL-3 and CUL-4. These 2 mitigation measures are aimed at reducing the impacts to historic resources. As was identified in the EIR, 520 and 608 Morgan Street are contributing resources to the historic district. Therefore, these mitigation measures must be fulfilled in order to comply with the EIR. Mitigation 3 required interpretive materials be developed that, quote, convey the history of the property as well as the broader St. Rose Historic Preservation District. Next slide, please. As you can see, and I apologize, this is probably fairly small for you on your screens at home, but there is a larger resolution version as one of the attachments to the agenda. We prepared this interpretive panel, and as you can see at the top, hopefully, it begins with a brief history of Santa Rosa, followed by the St. Rose Historic Preservation District. We've got a nice picture here of the church, and then also a graphic to help orient the reader. That's then followed by a history of the hospital block, which is what historically the project site was referred to. And finally, histories of the two buildings at 520 and 608 Morgan Street. The other mitigation measure, CUL4, required that the design of the new buildings be compatible with the historic district. I worked with Piatok as they refined their design and addressed the city comments, including those from these committees. And my contribution was focused on compliance with the City of Santa Rosa Design Guidelines sections 2.4 and 4.7 that specifically speak to historic properties and districts. As a part of my work, the first task was to identify the character defining features of the historic district. This was in order to inform the design decisions. I used the 1989 DPR form that originally documented the district, as well as the 2019 Brunzell report and a site visit of my own. Mike did an excellent job of walking through the site, and I would just like to go ahead and highlight a few of those design elements and materials that have been included that that I think add to the visual compatibility of the new design into the district. First of all, the 2- and 3-story bays with the 3-story portion set back 3 to separate buildings provides a similar aesthetic that is seen throughout the district with its mix of commercial, institutional, and residences. The 1-story covered patios relate to the front porches of the single-family homes found across 7th Street. The hipped roof forms, as shown by Mike, on the patios as well as at the corners of the units relate well to the hipped and gabled roofs found throughout the district on the single family residences. Wood elements such as railings and beams on the patio, relate to common materials found throughout the district, such as wood siding, porch posts, things like that, decorative element. The stucco relates to the larger scale buildings that are on the site. As Mike said, the design has been stepped back from that a little bit, but it's still a good use of a related material. The craftsman accents that have been added, including the exposed beams and soffits, wood patio fences and railings, and tile accents, speak to a common architectural type that is used throughout the district. The setbacks and landscaping along 7th Street relate to the front yards of those single family residences and help to create, also visually break up the building. The use of these similar architectural elements and materials doesn't seek to recreate or mimic any specific style or any specific historic building, but allows the building to be consistent with and create visual continuity with the rest of the district. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Grady. Are there any other members of the applicant team wishing to make the presentation?
No, Chair, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thanks very much. So I think we are ready to move on to public comment, public hearing. And I will just get gathered for a second. Okay, this is a public hearing. Any member of the public who is present remotely and wishing to speak on this matter is invited to speak and take as much or as little of the 3 minutes that you'll be allotted as you'd like. If you hear other people make comments before you and you feel like they express what you are feeling just as adequately as you did, you're welcome to just reference your support for some of the other comments in a more general way, just in the interest of expediency, but there are no limitations on that. The only limitation is the 3 minute maximum amount of time. And I'll ask staff, is that a hard cut at 3 minutes? Does it go into a mute or is there a grace period?
It's a hard cut.
Okay, so there should be a clock, if I'm not mistaken, on everybody's screen who is speaking, and please do keep an eye on it because we will not be able to hear you after it expires. So I will, with my hand gavel, open the public hearing, and you don't need to state your name for the record, but if you would like to start by saying your name, that's perfectly appropriate and helps me keep track. But as I said, that's a personal decision.
Chair, can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah, board member Chair.
I just wanted to maybe give Vice Chair the heads up to mute himself. He's banging around.
Okie dokie. Staff, if you are ready, let's proceed with the public hearing right now.
Okay, Chair Edmondson, we are ready. The first caller is Denise. And Denise, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can, Denise. Yeah.
My name is Denise Hill. I live in the St. Rose Preservation District, and tonight I'd like to read you some excerpts from some city documents. First one is Santa Rosa was designated a Preserve America community in 2007. This designation is given to communities which protect and celebrate their heritage and use historic assets to attract visitors and promote economic and community development. The second one is Santa Rosa promotes thriving neighborhoods and preserving its heritage and vibrancy of the community with a goal to foster neighborhood partnerships and strengthen cultural assets. The third one is general plan policies strive to ensure long-term preservation in Santa Rosa by encouraging preservation of historic structures as well as their surrounding settings and by discouraging demolition of historic resources. Sounds like the city values, that our city values its historic assets and will go to great measure to preserve them, right? Unfortunately, the reality is that there has been a culture in our city that regularly puts developers' interests above preservation. This goes as far as encouraging developers to submit plans that clearly don't adhere to historic district guidelines and manipulating the review process to ensure developers get what they want. There are clear and disturbing examples of this with the way the city staff prevented the Cultural Heritage Board from commenting on the destruction of contributing structures of the property on the property owned by Catholic Charities for the Caritas Village project. Starting with a meeting in July 2016, staff instructed the CHB that they could not comment on specific properties of the technical study evaluation by Brunzel on historic properties on the block, telling CHB members they were not allowed to comment on they were only allowed to comment on the quality of the report. The next meeting with the CHB and the DRB in April of 2018, staff scheduled the meeting even though the project plans weren't complete, something both the CHB and DRB members voiced concern about. The third meeting the staff scheduled was in October 2019 and the EIR wasn't available. So the CHB again was prevented from speaking on mitigation of the potential demolition of historic projects. Finally, in November of 2019, the city released a map as part of the downtown station area specific plan with an 8 FAR rating on the block that was the Catholic Charities block, even though it was still in our historic district at the time. And even when the rest of our historic district was at a 4 or lower rating on height, they gave that block an 8. Now, finally, after the Planning Commission and City Council voted on the project, the CHB is given a chance to provide input on the proposed demolition of historic projects or historic resources. So instead of embracing and promoting our historic district as an asset, like Pasadena and other cities have done so successfully, we have a city that does the reverse. They want us to believe they value our historic neighborhoods, but actions speak louder than words.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. We'll take the next public comment, please.
Okay, next we have Jesus Guzman. And Mr. Guzman, you can speak when you're ready.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jesus Guzman. I'm with Generation Housing, a local nonprofit housing advocacy organization focused on increasing the supply, diversity, and affordability of housing in Sonoma County. And we are speaking in support of Caritas Village. Caritas Village will help address the crisis in crucial and innovative ways with regards to housing and homelessness. The project delays can have some unintended consequences of creating additional project costs that could ultimately prove to be costly for everyone in our community. So we want to urge, again, the boards to act decisively. Just a couple of additional comments here. We're pretty excited, again, that Burbank Housing Catholic Charities, who have been exemplary organizations in our community, are leading this project and have really proven to be inclusive in this process and have been really forward thinking and putting this project that will serve our entire community together. And lastly, this housing type and site combines a set of priorities in addressing housing that connects transit, jobs, and local services. So again, we want to urge you to support this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Guzman. We will take the next public comment, please.
Okay, Chair Edmondson, we just need one moment to work, make an adjustment to the timer so that it has audio.
And if I could get a rough estimate from staff on how many attendees other than staff and board members are on this call, just so I can try to get a sense of timing and breaks and that sort of thing.
We have 71 attendees total, but we only have 6 more raised hands.
Okay, thank you. I said that while I was muted, and it will happen again, I'm sure, a few times. Thank you.
Chair Edmondson, I'd also like to note that there are a few callers on here, and in case they didn't hear, if they press *9, it'll raise their hand so we know that they want to have a public comment.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, next we have Michelle D.
And the audio should be working now on the timer.
Yeah. And Michelle, you can speak whenever you're ready. Okay, so Michelle D has been unmuted. If you don't want to do a public comment, if you can let us know, we can mute you. I'll move to the next one. Okay, I'll go ahead and move to the next caller. There may be some technical issues. So next we have Cynthia Murray. And Cynthia, you're unmuted.
There I go. Good evening. Thank you. I appreciate being able to testify tonight. I urge you to approve this project. It is one that is urgent by the day, given both the degree of homelessness and the amount of people who need housing to help stop the spread of COVID-19. As a former speaker said, this is an exemplary project with exemplary nonprofits leading it. It will definitely improve the community and improve the residential capabilities of that neighborhood and aesthetically be much more appealing than what is currently there. It is something that we can be proud to say that we brought to Santa Rosa, and I really hope that you will give it your full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. We will take the next public comment when it's ready, please.
Next, we have Chris Grable. And Chris Grable, you can speak whenever you're ready. Okay, Chris Grable, we will go ahead and move to the next caller in case you're having some technical issues. We can try Michelle D again. Michelle, if you're ready. Okay. Okay, we will move to the next caller. We have John Pavick.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of 96 individuals who committed to be here tonight to show support for Caritas Village. Some speakers and attendees were unable to stay this long on the call due to issues with their personal scheduling. To honor the board's time this evening, I will quickly read their names instead of having each community member speak individually. The following members are community members who wish to express their support for Caritas Village: Ann Fitzgerald, Albert Ascarati, Allie Mayer, Mary Ellen Burns, Anna Leon, Alice Wacko.
Mr. Pavick, if I can interrupt, are you part of the applicant team?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so public hearing is for members of the public who are not part of the applicant team. My apologies, I didn't catch that.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so, and okay, we have Mary Edwards.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Mary Edwards, and my husband and I are retired winery and vineyard owners here in Sonoma County. We now own several business properties in Santa Rosa, and recently I joined the board of Catholic Charities specifically to help raise funds for this innovative project. I urge you to support the approval of Caritas Village. Catholic Charities has been a leader in finding solutions to end homelessness in our community. This project will be a huge step forward and is backed by major donors, businesses, and individuals in our county. Unlike Seattle, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, where homelessness is exploding, we are actually reducing the numbers by creating stable homes for these folks. We need to stop the vicious circle of life on the street whereby people move to temporary shelters and back onto the street. Catholic Charities has housed 1,800 homeless individuals in the past 3 years with an 85% success rate. The integrated services available through the new facility, aligned with Burbank Housing's low-income apartments on the same city block, should allow for a doubling of that success rate. In this case, historical considerations need to be set aside. Who can consider the current site of Catholic Charities Family Support Center in a 104-year-old former hospital, along with support services in rundown homes on this block, to be more important than facing and solving our housing and homeless crisis? Providing improved services and affordable housing must take priority. This new Caritas Center has been years in the planning. Now is the time to bring it to life. Not only will it vastly improve the lives of the people we are helping, but it will also enhance the quality of life in the neighborhood where we live and work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Just a brief digression. I've been fortunate enough to try your Pinot Noir, and thank you very much for your contributions to our community. It's wonderful. We will take the next public comment, please.
Okay, next we have Rosalie Soget-Shea.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, my name is Rosalie Soget-Shea, and in September of 1977, my family moved to the corner of 10th and Washington in the St. Rose Historic District. I am speaking from the living room of my lovely bungalow right now. I am reading neighborhood. The well-maintained bungalows along Lincoln Street were built in the 1920s for Santa Rosa small business owners such as bakers, druggists, and salesmen, as well as firemen, auto mechanics, foremen, farmers, and the city treasurer. This neighborhood has always been meant for ordinary people, as well as very fine, elaborate, distinct homes. I ask you to allow this permit for Caritas Village. I think it is a very fine addition to this neighborhood, and I think it supports a very strong historic neighborhood. We are a strong neighborhood. I constantly see homes being upgraded, improved, maintained, and very well cared for, including my own. And yet I know that balance is needed in this neighborhood, and Caritas Village provides that. When people of ordinary means are allowed to live and work close to the downtown neighborhood, close to public transportation, cultural places, and the like, they enhance that neighborhood. They appreciate it. They treat it well. I ask you, please, to support this project. It is of value to me and to this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalie. We'll take the next speaker whenever they're ready, please.
Okay, next we have Gail Outlaw. And Gail, you're unmuted. You can speak whenever you're ready. Okay, there might be technical issues. We're going to move to the next speaker, Cindy Yoxall.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'll be reading a letter written by St. Rose neighbor Robin Cleves. She was called into work unexpectedly and has given me permission to read her statement on her behalf. I have lived at 730 Morgan Street since 2015. I moved into this home sight unseen from Washington State because of its charm. Being right along the freeway and very close to several shelters, the location has its challenges, but I love living here. Though we frequently hear neighbor complaints about disturbances in the neighborhood, my experience is nothing like the negativity you often hear about St. Rose. I want to make it clear Catholic Charities promptly addresses the rare concern I bring to their attention. Their team has been committed to communicating their plans to me. I believe this partnership will continue once Caritas Village is in operation. Caritas Village is an improvement to this neighborhood in so many ways. I believe our community truly needs it to address the homeless crisis. As a neighbor, I support this vision wholeheartedly. As an ED RN working at Kaiser Permanente in Santa Rosa, I cared for many homeless people regularly. They are individuals with stories and burdens. They are someone's sister, brother, daughter, son, mother, and father. I treat them all with compassion because they're human beings deserving of respect. And it's so easy to label them the so-called homeless problem, but this takes away the humanity of those that struggle to get through life. Compassion is a strength that allows us to understand others and see that we are more alike than different. As an RN, I want to help those in need. So I believe in the work of Catholic Charities and Burbank Housing. Please approve Caritas Village today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Cindy. We'll move to the next public comment when they are ready, please.
Okay, the next speaker is Chris Grable.
Hi, this is Chris Grable. I just wanted to call and speak on behalf of this project, Caritas Village. I really urge the Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board to move forward and facilitate what is just an amazing future asset to this community. As someone who works in direct services, as someone who has developed projects, and also as someone who lives very close by, I can't tell you how dire the need is, not just for the folks who it will serve, but also for the city and its neighborhoods who, if anyone has seen sort of the whack-a-mole, the encampment game that we're playing with just moving people around the city in different neighborhoods, that's not working. And that doesn't help any neighbors, that doesn't help any neighborhood. I have 4 low-income affordable housing projects going up around my 100-year-old neighborhood. Where I live was where the stonemasons who built Railroad Square live. And I have 4 affordable housing projects within 1,000 feet. And I went to the public meetings of all 4 of them and spoke in support because I know it's what we need. And I don't think I could look my daughter in the eye and tell her that I didn't do everything I could to change what I know has been broken for years, not just in this city, in California, and in this country. We know that it's time that really encumbers good projects like this and sometimes stops them altogether. Time is not just money, but it's promises that you make to those that will be served. It's promises that you make to the community, to the city. And as someone who has been involved in those timelines, I can tell you that it is really a make or break. It's the power and the responsibility that you have as appointed public officials. And also, I think there is an imperative, there's a mandate from the city council. The vote, the unanimous vote from the city council is reflective of this. And I think that needs to be honored. And as we know, the more time, the more encumbrances that happen with these projects, the more that there's a sense that will we ever be able to change and rise to the challenge as a city the way we need to. Again, I live in a historic neighborhood. I support projects that change my neighborhood for the better. And I know how it feels. So I would just urge everyone to really reflect on the responsibility that you have at hand, the challenge that is at hand. It's not just another project. It's not just a moment to make folks wait longer because the city council will approve this. It's a matter of the power you have right now to move it forward because you know it's the right thing to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grable. We'll take the next speaker when they're ready, please.
Okay, the next caller is Gail Outlaw. And Ms. Outlaw, you are unmuted if you would like to speak. Okay, this is the second try with Ms. Outlaw. I don't know if there might be technical issues. I don't see any more raised hands.
Okay. I suppose I'll give another few seconds, 10, 15 seconds for anybody who might be having technical issues or might want to raise their hand at this last opportunity. I would encourage anybody who's having technical issues and is unable to make these comments to write comments, or I think voicemails may even be able to make their way into the record But emails would be the only way that I think that board members would be able to have an opportunity to see comments that are not part of the public hearing. So recording secretary, are there any hands raised at this time?
Yes, we have one more raised hand that just went up for Patty Callahan.
Okay.
Ms. Callahan, you are unmuted if you would like to speak. Okay, I will need to, she's using an older version of Zoom, so I'll need to temporarily promote her to panelist so that she can speak.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Callahan, you're ready to go. Okay, looks like she might be having some technical issues. I don't think the unmute is working.
Oh, is it? Are you able to hear me now?
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I can hear you.
I just wanted to say I'm one of the many people whose names was not allowed to be written because it was a Catholic Charities staff person who was giving the report of the names of support. I just wanted to give my wholehearted support to the project that of Caritas Village, and I ask for the two boards to move forward in support of this service to the less fortunate people we have in our community whose
Okay, Ms. Callahan, your voice kind of faded away, but we did get for the record that you spoke in support of the project. And Chair Edmondson, we have 3 more raised hands. So we'll try Michelle D again.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you for taking my comments. I'm in support of the Catholic Charities Caritas Village. I think they've done a fantastic job. We have a homeless problem, and they take very good care of all the needs of the homeless. And I just wanted to support. And I was on the list that John Pavick wasn't able to speak of. So thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you very much, Michelle. We'll take the next speaker when they're ready, please.
Next speaker is Gail Outlaw. And Ms. Outlaw, you can speak whenever you're ready. Okay, I think there are still some technical issues with Ms. Outlaw's ability to unmute. So
sorry, Patty, is there some sort of alternative? I don't mean to overcomplicate things, but there's an easier way to hear Gail's comment. We'd certainly like to offer that to her if possible.
I think the best alternative would be her to call in with a phone.
Okay.
Her Zoom account is not, it's not accepting the audio right now.
And is the phone number on the agenda that she would want to call to do that?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Well, we will try again if you raise your hand again, Gail, but otherwise, or if you continue to have trouble, we'd encourage you to place a call to that number. Okay, we will proceed to the next speaker when they're ready, please.
Okay, we have Shirley Cheel.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. Yes, I am one of the people on the list who is supporting this program. I am totally amazed and at the wonderful view we had from the architect of what it's going to look like. I think it's a great improvement on what's there now and is a huge asset to the city, providing low-income housing and support for those experiencing homelessness is one of the goals of our city. And I think that I would encourage you very much to use your hearts today, vote with your hearts of what is needed and approve the design tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. We'll proceed to the next speaker when they're ready, please.
Okay, Chair Edmondson, if you can give me just one moment, we're in the process of sending a letter to, a phone number to Gail Outlaw for her to call. One moment.
Great, thanks very much.
I have it ready to read to the public too, if anybody else is having problems. It's 888-475-4499. And once they call in, they just need to press *9, and that'll automatically raise the hand, and we will know that they are wishing to speak.
Thank you, Mike. That's great that you read that. Do you mind reading that just one more time for anybody?
Sure. Yeah. The phone number is 888-475-4499. It's toll free, and the ID number to this meeting they'll have to input is 923-2628-0600. Again, that's 923-2628-0600. Press *9 will raise your hand.
Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have another raised hand for Susut. And you are unmuted and you can speak whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me? You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm also one of those that had presented a letter to John Pavek, and I've followed this the last couple of years, and I'm just so very impressed. I agree with everything that has been said, and there's not much more to add to it, but I want to toss in my vote and say what a wonderful, wonderful project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll move on to the next speaker when they're ready, please.
Chair Edmondson, I'm checking for more raised hands. Right now, I'm not seeing any. Let me just take one more look. If anyone would like to speak, if you can raise your hand, please. Okay, I think that's it for public appearances.
And just a question for clarification. If someone calls that number, Mike, that you provided and it's after the public hearing is ended, can you describe what happens in that situation? Or any member of staff?
We can alert the board that if somebody calls in, if you don't mind, we could alert the board that we have somebody calling in that otherwise wouldn't have been able to speak.
Yeah, I think for persons who attempted to, but were unable to for technical reasons, I'd like to accommodate that, but otherwise we'll close the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and Mr. Rose, I believe this is where we had set a more extended dinner break, and is that still everybody's sentiment?
Yeah, I think that would be wise, and we can time to the board's choosing, maybe 20 to 25 minutes, something like that might be acceptable, but it's at the pleasure of the boards.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth, want to give you the opportunity to weigh in. Do you have a preference as to the break and the time?
I guess maybe I'm a stalwart or full of vitamins. I'm willing to take a 5 to 10, but if the rest of my board wants 20, I know there's children in the background with people operating on a family, so I'm compassionate about family stress, but 25 is plenty for me, but I'm willing to compress that. It's your call.
Okay.
That would be acceptable to staff as well, whatever the board pleases, as I mentioned.
Okay. And the hands raised are in support of that length of break? Is that what I'm taking from, or do people wish to speak? I'm not sure what the gestures mean. So
it's looking like this is Bill Rose again, maybe a 10, 15 minute, something like that.
All right, let's take it. All right, great. So it is now 8:20. We will reconvene at 8:30.
Perfect, thank you.
And we're in recess until then.
Thank you, Chair. If all board members can please turn off their videos and mute their microphones, we'll alert you at that time.
Okay, Chair Edmondson, we are ready to start the meeting when you are. If all board members could turn on your cameras at this point. And it looks like all the board members do have their cameras on.
Thanks very much. I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to move to questions from the boards. I think it would make sense for us to address the matters under the scope of the preliminary design review resolution, and then withhold questions that only pertain to CHB until after. That way we can expedite and not take any more time from our DRB folks. So if that's acceptable to everybody, I would like to proceed to questions. And I think that I would like to turn the floor over to Vice Chair Hedgepeth to ask if there are any questions from DRB, go through those first, and then we'll move to CHB.
Hi, Chair Edmondson. We are still waiting for DRB Vice Chair to turn on their camera. All right, now you're visible. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth, could you hear what I just said, or should I repeat? I don't know if you had audio. So,
Vice Chair Hedgepeth, you're muted right now.
Thank you. All right, I got permission to get back on. Yes, I've heard everything. Thank you for that. So what we'll do with our board members is, this is questions only, not comments. So I'll just quickly go down each of the three here to see if they have comments individually. So Adam, Sharon, do you have any questions?
Just a couple of quick ones. Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepeth. Question for landscape. Christine, you're there. I saw you before. Large grid here. Question about bikes and bike parking to begin with. I do see that there's a good amount around the Caritas Center. Wondering about the bike parking for the homes area. I just see the 1 asterisk in the Muse. And just wondering about other bike parking. Is it in the garages? I missed that. I just wanted some clarification. I might have missed it on the plan. So. Is landscape not here anymore? Am I seeing that correctly?
Can you repeat the question? This is Len Marabella.
Okay, I just want to make certain people are here. Len, it's a question for landscape. I saw Christine before, but I'm not certain if she's still there, from Quadriga.
Maybe Mike Piatak or someone from Piatak Associates can comment on that.
Sure, that'd be great. It was a question about the bike parking, specifically for the Caritas Homes section. I do see the 1 asterisk, the blue asterisk in the Muse, which I had a question about the location there. But then for bike parking, where's the bike parking for the homes section?
Yeah, this is Mike Piatok.
Thanks, Mike.
We have bike parking within each of the phases 1 and 2 on the ground floor off the Muse. They're internal rooms.
Great.
And we have a bike parking ratio of 0.5.
Great. Yeah, thanks. I was just wanted the clarification on that. So yeah, thank you for that. Wondered if it was inside. So I assume that the one section of bike parking in the Muse is just for visitors. It's kind of a curious spot to have it right in the center there.
I'll ask my project architect and fellow principal, Rosa, to chime in on the thinking behind that particular parking. I think it was really for visitors.
Okay.
I'll ask Teresa.
Right. This is Teresa. So the lobbies for both phases of the homes are accessed at the kind of the front of the Muse there, and we see this as kind of the active social space for the two phases of housing together. So the lobby entrance is there, and that's really the secure entry for people who are arriving on foot. So that's why that's the location for the.
Okay, and that's just a couple of racks there. You know, it's for probably.
Those are for visitors, right? And then and then there's indoor parking at the 0.5 ratio for the residents.
Okay, great. Thanks. And another clarification question: the paving in the Muse also, from what I'm reading on the plan, it's the concrete pavement with the integral color. Is that correct? That'll be concrete paving?
That's correct. Yes, and we'll use scoring patterns and some color changes to achieve a textured look.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll comment a little bit on that later. But no, thanks for giving me that extra little bit of detail, because that helps. As far as questions, that will do it for me. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Adam. Let's move on then to Drew. Questions?
I just have a question for staff. Is there anything that would prohibit us from granting final tonight, or just doing our regular deal by deferring it to staff? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Drew, this is Bill Rose. I think absolutely. We typically bring recommendations just for preliminary. The options are up to the board. You can grant final tonight. You can defer it to staff. It's really up to the boards. So I would say it follows just a similar pathway as previous actions.
That's my only question.
Thank you, Drew. Henry.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hedgepeth. There's a surplus of parking at the Caritas Center of 20 parking spaces. I'm curious to hear from applicant if there's a reciprocal parking agreement between the homes and the center to possibly use those parking spaces.
Bert or Mark, can you speak to that?
This is Mark Krug. I'm with Burbank Housing. We do not have a plan for reciprocal parking agreement. It's something that we could consider, but we don't have that in place right now.
And I might add, if I may, this is Bert Bangsberg, project manager. It looks like we have extra spaces, but we really don't, because it speaks to the number of visitors we get and being able to predict the number of visitors for this new center. So half of the parking that is there is going to be for the residents. That's the families in the family service center. The other half is for staff and the visitors and staff that would be coming and going during the day, because a lot of the programs are outreach. So the homeless are not necessarily served at this center, but staff goes out to them. So we think our parking is adequate. Staff parking is going to have to be off-site, and we'll be arranging for that.
Okay, in terms of us granting a parking reduction for the housing component, and I understand when you're transitioning from the center to the homes, there'll be and I read through the traffic analysis, and it seems to make sense that automobile transportation will be distant and out in the future. I believe we can grant that, but I'm wondering about the monitoring of the parking lot and cars, and who with the home project would be making sure that cars didn't find their way into the neighborhood street parking. Not that some wouldn't be acceptable, but over flooding the neighborhood with additional parking. How will that be monitored?
Again, this is Mark Krug with Burbank Housing. I can speak to that. In the last number of months, I don't remember exactly what month it was, but a residential parking permit program was implemented in the neighborhood. So Morgan Street and A Street north of 7th now require residential parking permits. The city program that Catholic Charities helped facilitate that with the neighborhood, who's very interested in that. So that's really taken care of through that parking.
Perfect. It was probably in the volumes of material that we had to go through. So thank you for clarifying that. And I asked this in a positive vein. Is there anything in the new downtown specific plan that we're about to adopt that would be beneficial to this project? I asked that in terms of we haven't adopted it yet, and you are presenting us this project under the current guidelines. I'm wondering if anybody's looked at the new guidelines, if there's anything that would be beneficial to help your project that we might consider tonight.
This is Bert Bangsberg. Bill Rose, I think this is more of a question for staff because you're a lot more familiar with that plan than we are.
Can you please repeat that question? I was looking at a code section, and I'll be offering a clarification in response to Board Member Weigel's comment in just one moment. But if you could please repeat that question.
Yeah, Bill, I just was wondering, the new downtown specific plan that we're about to adopt, are there anything in the guidelines that could potentially help this project?
Not that I'm aware.
That's a broad question, but I'm just yeah. I wanted to give the applicant, if they knew of something that they were on the fence on, that maybe have wanted to defer approvals of this project to a later time because of the DSP. If we could get out of the box and discuss it now, but if there's nothing in it, I'll let it lie.
Yeah, Board Member Wicks, there's nothing that comes to mind. I mean, well, there's a lot of things that go to mind. That's a pretty comprehensive plan. I absolutely don't want to confuse anything tonight for this item, speak incorrectly. So I would say This project's been reviewed against the existing plans. It has to be. It's required to do so, and it is in compliance with that. So yeah, I would rather not confuse anybody.
All right, thank you.
Board Member Wicks, this is Kristen A. Tubian, Senior Planner. And the minor use permit that was approved previously, condition number 10, City Council added a condition that states the operator shall monitor on-site parking and institute a facility issued permit for facility clients and employees. The facility shall be adequately posted regarding unauthorized parking. Non-operational and unregistered vehicles shall not be kept on site. Removal of unauthorized or abandoned vehicles on site shall occur within 10 days. So that was added by one of the council members.
Perfect. Last question, phasing. The center is going in first and then one of the blocks of the homes. Is that my understanding to be true?
This is Mark Krug with Burbank Housing. And Burb might want to chime in as well, but Catholic Charities is a little bit ahead of us in terms of getting the center going. So the center will probably start before either phase of the homes will start. And the second phase of homes, Caritas Homes Phase 2, cannot be constructed until Caritas Center is completely finished and operational for to avoid any lack of service continuity. So the homeless people that enjoy the facilities now, those facilities need to stay until the Caritas Center is open, and then Phase 2 housing can be built in that spot.
Great, thank you. That's all my questions.
Chair Edmondson, this is Bill Rose. If I can just add one clarification, back to Board Member Weigel's comment about final design review. I was speaking in reference to the typical approach when it's just design review acted upon by the design review board. Upon further review of the zoning code, it appears that when it's a joint action, final design review must be granted by the design review board. So I just wanted to offer that clarification.
So, okay, Bill, I got a question on that one then. So we do a joint action. It has to be preliminary. Could we then do a secondary action to grant final tonight if that was what we so felt? Is that what I'm hearing you're saying?
I believe so, but I'm going to, while the boards are discussing and deliberating, I'm going to continue to scour through the code and see if I can make some sense of that section. So if you can just indulge me that time, we will get back to you on it.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair Edmondson. I just had a couple of very minor things in looking at the evolution of the package. This is to the architect. You're noting heavy timbers on the exterior for these key areas of entry and accenting for where people enter facilities. Is that being heavy timber, the outriggers coming out of the roof line? You had mentioned also some of that being wood. Is that like a cedar wood that's just stained, or is that a what kind of heavy timbers are you thinking of as a long-term decision?
Yeah, well, the trellises that are, I'm sorry, I put the speaker on? Yes, the trellises that are in front of the entries of the homes, they'll probably be a cedar or a redwood. And we're talking about heavy timber just so that they will have longevity.
Yes.
So the base columns, pairs of columns that you see, I think we were drawing them as 8x8s even. So they're fairly substantial and will stand the test of time. The beams up in the soffits of the cantilevered roof, Teresa, you could chime in here. I'm not sure if we have detailed those at this point, but their minimal dimension will probably be a 4. They might be 4x6s or something like that. So they're at 4 stories, they're a distance away so that they can continue to have some scale and be readable. They'll probably have dimensions, something like that. They won't be 2x members, that's for sure.
Thank you. Those were my questions, so I'll turn it back to the Cultural Heritage Board with any questions, clarifications, since you're the chair, and our comment motion is suspended this time until Bill Rose fully researches whether there is a path to have any subsequent, or as Commissioner Weigel mentioned, supplemental motions. I just wanted to make sure that when we are ending our procedures here tonight, we are operating legally under the auspices and mechanics of said city. So I'm going to suspend my board having its commentary on the project until I know if that path is going to be taken or not.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepeth. We'll proceed with the questions only, if you please, from Cultural Heritage Board regarding matters under consideration in the resolution for the preliminary design review. and I am just going to proceed in whatever order, random order, and I would like to start with Board Member DeBacher, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do have some questions. To start out with, first for the landscape vegetation, trees, and that as well, are any of the large trees currently on site going to be retained in the current plan? First question.
I'm sorry, this is Teresa Ballard with the architect team, and we are retaining trees along 7th Street and 2 of the large trees on Morgan Street, 1 of the large trees on A Street, and then 3 trees on 6th Street. That you can see those on sheet L.01 in the drawing package.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at L.01 and L.02 now, and it was unclear that was happening. Thank you for clarifying. Next question is, this is for staff. Of the 4 buildings that were already demolished, were major alteration actions, permits taken out on any of those 4?
I can answer that. Demolition permits were taken out on all buildings that were removed, yes.
How about landmark alteration permits, major?
I was not on board at the time. I know that did go before the Cultural Heritage Board.
Yes. I don't recall when, I'd have to look up the exact date of when it was presented. A report item was presented to the Cultural Heritage Board. A study was done on the buildings, and the buildings that were deemed to not be contributors, I believe the board.
I guess I can clarify. I was at the meeting.
Okay.
We did not grant major alteration permits for any of those. The board at that meeting simply reviewed a historical study and was able to give commentary on the quality of that study. There was no action actually to issue major alteration permits on any of those buildings that were subsequently demolished. Just to make sure that's on the record. 7th Street frontage, throughout the district, the buildings are parallel to the street that they face. On the 7th Street elevation, the buildings are all skewed off of the street frontage. Can I get the commentary on the example that was used for that, or the justification on that, please?
Teresa, do you want to talk about the setback requirements there, the easements?
We did align the buildings with their long facades parallel to the longer streets that they're facing. And we also had to provide minimum continuous setbacks for dry utilities easements, which are mandated. But we did align the streets parallel with the long streets, long facade, as you can see.
So the long elevation is being preferred over the one that actually faces the remaining residential uses along 7th, is that correct?
I would not say that. The building entrances are on 7th Street.
Okay. The neighbors' buildings aren't on 7th, is what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. That The entrances to the homes phase 1 and the entrance to the homes phase 2, the lobbies, the buildings are addressing 7th Street.
Okay. All right. But they're not maintaining uniform setback to the street like the adjacent residential and commercial portion.
We didn't think that it would be in character with the neighborhood to have the building have odd angles, the way that the street has the odd angle. So we used the rectilinear form because it didn't seem like that kind of a contemporary gesture would be appropriate.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for my questions. That's it for my question for now, Board Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Tbacher. Board Member Muser, if you would, any questions for staff or the applicant?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Board Member Garrett, same question to you. Any questions for the applicant or staff at this time?
I also have a question about the setback for the Caritas Center portion of the 7th Street building, and why that it doesn't mimic the homes portion. And I also was at that board meeting where that Mark referred to, where the 4 buildings were discussed that were demolished, and we did not approve. We were not able to approve a demolition for that.
This is Mike Piatok. Trying to understand your question about the setbacks along, you're saying the center is along 7th Street. We're not along 7th Street, the center.
Okay, so what is that lobby? I guess it doesn't open onto 7th Street. That's where the, I guess the stairway is.
On 7th Street.
I'm looking at A2 11.
You have the drawings there, Teresa, in front of you?
I do. And so on A211, 7th Street is on the left side of the page. The building is turned in this orientation. And so the lobby is at the top left corner of the drawing, and the front door of the lobby is directly going to the left, addressing 7th Street. And all visitors to the building have to come in through the lobby.
Right, and that's a completely, that's a 3-story portion or a 2-story portion?
That is a 3-story portion on phase 1 and a 2-story portion on phase 2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garrett. Vice Chair Fennell, any questions for staff or the applicant at this time?
I guess the only question that I would have had is with all of the, and this had come up, you know, before when my representative on the board was Julie Combs as councilwoman, and the question had come up was why wouldn't they have just redrawn the district to take out that weird little finger of properties? I mean, all of these different zoning changes have been made in putting this together. And why wouldn't that they have just gone ahead and redrawn that historic district to make this happen so that we're not asked to do something that goes against the mandate? I guess that's the question that I have, and it's just been in my mind for the last, week or so. Why didn't they just change? You guys have changed so many different zoning things to allow this to take place. Why didn't you just redraw the district to take this off the table so that we don't have to come before and do something that is against the mandate of the Cultural Heritage Board? And that would be my question to staff.
A board member panel. This is Bill Rose. I think part of the decision was to keep it in the district so it gets the full evaluation. Projects that aren't in the district would be subject to this kind of evaluation and consideration by the Cultural Heritage Board. So I think that was part of this discussion. I would also defer to the applicant and perhaps their legal counsel to chime in on this as well, because they proceeded, albeit in conjunction with feedback and consultation with staff, but they also proceeded to go forward in this manner as well.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's very much choice to us in regard to this matter. I mean, it's just semantics that we've spent this time here together over the last 3 years, and it's going to go forward, and it could have happened without us having to be put in a really uncomfortable position of doing something that goes so against the purview of what we all have, you know, as a board and as people that care about these historic homes in this district and all of the historic districts feels. And it just seems like it's just been kind of a waste a little bit. That's all I have.
This is Tina Wallace, legal counsel for both applicants. We did, as Mr. Rose stated, work very closely with staff in deciding to pursue the general plan amendment and the rezoning. And in our discussions with staff, I think the decision was reached that the district boundaries would not be redrawn. And just as a reminder, and I know that all of the board members were not at the city council hearing, but the city council adopted a statement of overriding considerations that addressed both the demolition of the structures at 520 Morgan and 608 Morgan and any adverse changes to the St. Rose Preservation District as a result of this project. So both of those issues were addressed in the CEQA document and were part of the city council statement of overriding considerations for this project. I'll be happy to answer any further questions if you have them, Ms. Fennell.
I'm good.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, Board Member McHugh, any questions for staff or the applicant? And to the extent possible, these issues overlap, but we're still on the preliminary design review. So anything that's exclusively germane to the CHB stuff, we can hold off until the DRB is excused.
I have no questions at this time.
Thank you, Board Member McHugh. Board Member Groningen, any questions at this time?
No questions substantive to the design review, other than to make a statement that it does carry over to the Cultural Heritage Board, in the sense that I think I found out more about interpretive materials in the design documents than I did in the Cultural Heritage Board resolution. I found that lacking. No further comment.
Thank you, Board Member Groningen. And I don't have any questions, any further questions for staff at this time, except if staff could recap the procedure for introducing the resolution and the walling off of the boards to determine board consensus in a respective manner. I want to make sure that we go through it smoothly, and any little recap would be helpful.
I'm happy to recap the procedure again. This is Susie Murray. But I want to be sure I understand what you're asking, Chair Edmondson. Is it just how you introduce the resolution, or the full procedure for getting through the process from tonight? for the preliminary design review and the landmark alteration.
Yeah, let me describe what I think is about to happen. We're going to conclude these questions, and then I would ask for any board member on the dais if they would wish to introduce the preliminary design review resolution, perhaps with the language change regarding CHB references. Ask for a second, and then the resolution would be on the floor, and then it would be the discussion and the ascertaining consensus and any kind of amendment wishes would be done on a board by board basis. And then, there'd be sort of a reconciliation discussion if there's any major differences, at which time there would be votes requested also on a board by board basis or all at once. And then whenever the vote is concluded, we'll excuse the DRB and move on to the CHB reso. Is that correct?
Chair Edmondson, this is Bill Rose. Yeah, I think you outlined it correctly. It follows the similar process that the boards would do in their individual actions that they do frequently. One thing, well, actually two things I should say. We're still researching and trying to make sure we understand correctly the final design review action. Also, there were some questions brought up about the demolition, and I'd like to take, if the chair and the boards wouldn't mind, just a couple minutes if we could recess so we can ensure that we have that information correct.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Rose. Would 5 be enough time? If it's not, just please let me know and we can accommodate staff.
5 minutes should suffice. If it doesn't, I will alert you to that.
Okay. We're going to stand in recess for 5 minutes and reconvene at that time. Thank you.
Okay, chairs, I think we're ready to begin again.
Okay, we are reconvening, and we are at the point of, I suppose, hearing from staff about what they were just looking into, and then proceeding with the resolution. And I just, yeah, to make sure that was clear, I just want to know if staff has any comment before we move on.
A couple of items, Chair Edmondson, and I don't see Vice Chair Hedgepeth. Can the recording secretary confirm if he is back now? Okay, thank you for that that time. I know we went a little bit long, so I'll try to be brief. On the two items that we had discussed, one has to do with the final design review. It is solely a design review board action, and it is required to be done by the design review board. So it could be deferred to staff, but the action has to be taken by the design review board. So that can be part of a motion tonight. It could be a friendly amendment. So it follows our typical process. It does not take the, if I may ask the board members to mute their microphones, please. Thank you. So the, as I mentioned, final design review must be done by the design review board. It can be part of a motion, it can be part of a friendly amendment, and the design review board obviously can delegate that to staff as well. The demolition, I wanted to touch on that for a moment. We've been able to review the record. Following the practice of past practice, also it is essentially implementing the zoning code. When the structures are determined to not be contributors, and there's evidence in the record that supports that, then staff can grant demolition permits absent a landmark alteration permit. And so that was indeed the case. And so I'm hopeful that that helps answer some of the questions that were raised regarding that issue. So sorry again for the delay. It was a little intricacy that we had to chase down, so appreciate the extra time.
Thanks very much. I suppose I'll ask Vice Chair Hedgepeth and staff with regard to the final design review, the three different options to do it by motion, friendly amendment, or defer it to staff. Just want to suss out the feelings of the design review board and Mr. Board Member Weigel perhaps as well about which of these is preferential, and then which of these, you know, and then the administrative pathway that we would move forward on, who needs to take what action when to implement that. So Vice Chair Hedgepeth, if you want to take it from here on that question, if you please.
Thank you, Chair Edmondson. Well, my understanding, the mechanics of our board are that we, with Robert's rules, we have a motion on the floor, and that motion then is commented on by other members. Typically, with that motion, amendments can be made. When the amendments are made and we settle in together, we season that so it is ripe for finalization. There is typically, there has been in the past, in that amendment or in the original motion, whichever a board member prefers, the potential for deferral to staff. So that's a collective, that's a singular time event that we go through. We don't, and it's all around this resolution. The resolution is read. This typically follows our comments. When we have these comments, well, let me clarify this. Since the motion's going to be first, and people are going to look at the motion, look at amendments, we're simultaneously going to get comments. If that's clear to you, people will either pontificate, elaborate, or share needs, wants in the project. And let me be very specific. With the design review board, there are two key words. There's consider and there's shall. Typically, we have a lot of considers. Those are kind ways to invite an applicant to look at either enhancing or modifying something. A shall is a stronger directive, and shalls can be taken in the motion and be implemented. A shall typically is preceded by the applicant weighing in as a courtesy. Whenever shall is rendered, staff allows the applicant to consider whether such a shall is tolerable, can be digested by the applicant. Bill, have I missed anything?
No, Warren, I think you got it correct. And just one thing to keep in mind, putting the motion on the table and the second, it is really to start the discussion. As you said, through that discussion is where additional conditions can get added. And you're absolutely right. And I would suggest this goes for the joint action and ultimately the landmark alteration permit. As a courtesy, we always will, as we get down to the end, offer an opportunity for the applicant to not only indicate their clear understanding of the conditions, but also whether or not those are things that will meet their project objectives and they feel that they can truly implement. And if they can't, sometimes there's a discussion back and forth. So I think that you captured it absolutely accurately.
And if I might jump in real quick, the reason I really asked about the final design review is the completeness of the package and what we heard from the public in terms of their support of the project. And I wanted to expedite, I guess, the project in that regard because there's a completeness there for me. And so that I'd be willing to make a motion as well, Chair Edmondson, to start the process. But I know you may have something else you'd like to share.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Weigel, and I do appreciate it. It was a helpful suggestion, and I think it's just by my gut feeling that nobody's said anything to the contrary. I think there would be interest in moving forward with that if possible. However, I just want to clarify the sequencing here. We've got a resolution for preliminary that involves CHB action, and it seems logically necessary that precede this motion on a final. So would the way it plays out be that the preliminary reso is introduced, board by board, consideration of it, comments given, vote taken, and then I could turn the floor over to Vice Chair Hedgepeth and he could solicit, I suppose it would be an oral motion without a written resolution for final design review. I'm just trying to figure out the mechanics here so we make sure we go in the right order.
Yeah, I think you're accurate on that sequence, Chair Edmondson. And just one quick reminder on the final design review, the purpose of it is as items come up in the discussion and they become conditions, say, shalls or considers, and then obviously a discussion with the applicant to see if they can in fact implement those. I think the test is whether the board feels confident that what they've seen tonight, what they've heard through their conditioning, that the project can essentially proceed, because the next step is off to the building permit and that there's no further analysis needed. Now, if there are some additional items still needed, then that's where perhaps it could be a deferral to staff and we can just ensure that whatever the board is directing comes in and ends up on the final plans. I think you could also add it as a condition of approval and just simply say in the final action, final design review is also granted tonight as well. But I think some of this, there's a long way of saying, I think some of the discussion has to happen and we kind of need to see exactly what the comments are, what the applicant's take will be on those, and then we can make that final determination.
I just had one quick thing for Chair Edmondson and staff. As you rehearsed and looked carefully, Bill, at the mechanics, the legal ins and outs of this, earlier tonight there was a whole discussion that the way the resolution was launched for DRB in the very wording, the actual CHB was not included. So this, I'll call it a formality, but before any motions are passed the way we're doing it for our traditional procedures, this pre-procedure of having a motion come from either CHB or someone introducing and adding, carroting in, shall we say, the cultural heritage to the resolution. Is that the way we're going here?
Yeah, we were going to jump in right before the motion was made and just remind the motion maker that in this resolution, where it refers to one board, it should refer to both. And you can simply just say that, make a motion to X, and then include a reference to both boards globally throughout the resolution, and that should suffice.
That's right. So am I understanding with DRB going first as a courtesy, that motion comes from DRB, or is there another legal mechanical thing I'm missing here?
No, I think you're correct. It can come from any member of the DRB.
Okay.
That was my plan, Warren.
I want to make sure that nothing was left in Blackstone law. There isn't any tone, any angle, any corner I have misunderstood or overlooked to rattle ahead and not have democracy work. So I believe democracy can now commence with the board, the DRB board. Is that true?
That's correct. So we will need a motion and a second. And just a reminder, the motion needs to make sure the document, the resolution will reference both boards globally.
All right. I move to grant preliminary design review to Caritas Village, major design review, 431, 437, 439, 465 A Street, and 501, 512, 516, 520, 600, 608, and 612 Morgan Street. File number PRJ 18-052. Waive the reading of the text with the inclusion that all references to Design Review Board in the resolution be changed to Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth, you're muted.
It's getting late. With that second, we'd like to then have comment. Any amendments? Any thoughts beyond the motion by Board Member Weigel? Okay, it appears that our board collectively, we had a comment, we had a question period before where questions were brought up by the board. I'm not hearing any of my board members have any suggestions at this time of
Warren, did you want to do like comment on the design? I think typically we do that kind of one by one.
You have a motion, so let's go ahead and do the comment just briefly, if we can keep our time focused here, and we'll start with Adam and then just move directly through when Adam's done in the interest of time to you, Drew, and then to Henry. All right.
Sounds great. Thank you, Warren. Yeah, I was waiting for you to call on me. So
yes,
thank you. Yes, as I will keep things brief in interest of time, and that we're all here and have been here for a while, and commend the applicant for bringing, as Drew mentioned, a very complete package. The design review comments that we brought up in our meeting in October, I feel were sufficiently addressed. I feel like this is a very solid project, a very solid proposal that you've come to us with, and I appreciate the work that's gone into this for this very necessary process and project. And I think that you have done a very good job with addressing a lot of the community input that we've gotten, and both in support and wanting improvement. And so I appreciate all the effort that has gone into this. My question before, let's see, regarding the paving in the landscape. Mainly, I'm hesitant to even make it a consider, but I feel that the swath of concrete in the Muse. I was glad to hear the inclusion of the striated paving concrete and the colored concrete as well to provide some relief. I do feel that exploring the option of pavers could be a very interesting design choice. I understand it's a budgetary constraint, but that's going to be a very special corridor for the residents in the homes, phase 1 and phase 2 areas. Something to look at. And also thank you for pointing out on the architectural plans. I see it now, the bike parking in the interior. Appreciate that. And other than that, I think that the designer visions that you've done with the architecture are also have created a very cohesive, solid package. I appreciate that you've made nods to the historic character of the neighborhood while also keeping some of the modern design choices. And I appreciate the distinction between the residences and the more functional Caritas Center facility. So I do appreciate the design, and that's going to wrap up my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. Go ahead. And since the motion was from Drew, do you have any other comments you'd like to say in general about the project?
Yeah, just a couple of brief ones. Thanks for a complete package. Good stuff. The only comment I really have on the buildings is I actually much prefer the original, the original Caritas Center design from October to this one. But saying that, they're both perfectly fine, and I'm okay with either of them. But I did like the other one before. I thought it was a little bit more dynamic and interesting. And then I think the iteration of the housing in this version is much more in line, I think, with what we were asking for. If I had my druthers, I'd kind of like pick the Lego piece from before and add it to the Lego piece from now, but I'm not going to require that. Just wanted to let you guys know that. And then the other thing I want to make sure, I forgot to do this, is the parking reduction. We need to get that included, I guess, in this resolution. So that would be a friendly amendment because that's an additional concession that doesn't look like it's listed in the resolution. And then finally, the last thing is just kind of a general comment, and it just might be for the developer and Catholic Charities to consider, is you got a big old parking lot right next door to you that you might want to consider entering into an agreement with the mall to utilize some of that parking for the housing needs as opposed to putting parking into the neighborhood. I think the neighborhood would appreciate that. I was just thinking about that when we were looking at the plans and everything. I know that there's not really a reciprocal agreement that you can pursue with the city because I don't think that garage is owned by the city, it's owned by the mall. But that's something that you do. So that being said, I appreciate the package. I'm really excited to see this go up. Projects like this across the country are very successful in working against homelessness. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Drew. We'll move on to Henry.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Hedgepeth, I would agree with both of my fellow board members that spoke before me, and won't reiterate that other than I really like the color palette and how you've unified with the cousin colors. I think it was very nice unifying the entire project and making a full block development cohesively come together. Is this the appropriate time to do a friendly amendment for the both for final design review and for the parking reduction? If so, I'd like to make both those friendly amendments and make them shalls if the applicant is okay with that.
You can procedurally make the amendment now, or you can wait to see if you hear any other comments from Vice Chair Hedgepeth. And we're actually looking through the reso to see if there's a reference in there regarding the parking reduction. So you can hold for 1 second on that.
Yeah, Bill, I saw 3 concessions and it didn't look like any of them were related to the overall parking reduction, but I could have missed it.
I guess I'd also like I guess if we grant final, there's no considers because it wouldn't be going back to staff for resolution. But I guess my own personal comment is I'd like to see as much of the phasing be done in phase 1, sidewalks, monuments. And the reason why I asked that of the applicant is to make the less disruption to the neighborhood if the most amount of the project could be done in phase 1, just a consideration.
Yeah, I think as Vice Chair Hedgepeth indicated, the board's very familiar with the shalls versus the considers. I think if the conditions are considers, then it makes final design review something much more appropriate to be granted tonight. If they are shalls and they need staff to confirm and verify that they've been implemented, that might be an instance where it's deferred to staff.
Yeah, I could comment. There's a term in construction, it's called blue cap, where you can take a secondary or third phase, and you can basically tamp gravel down the whole site. It's less costly than concrete and curb. I know there's a lot of ADA issues, but I don't think Board Member Wicks, you're speaking of vertical construction, or that would be an unphased project. But in trying to remedy on site the demolition of older buildings, removal of standing rebar or anything that might afflict people, the whole issue of having a gravel patch, case in point, the hotel in Railroad Square. For those of you who served on the board, there's a pad sitting there that no one's sprained an ankle on, but you know what I'm talking about here, Bill. The way things are phased, there's a mention of, but in general, it's a relatively affordable way to just create some safety, but not get into big money.
Yeah, I would concur with what you just referenced.
I want to thank my fellow board members. I wanted to mention a couple things. It's been wonderful to see such a large team of people work so collectively. This collective goal and this vision together is remarkable to me. Particularly looking at historic references, I'm going to use a couple words here. I think the new design is both serene and strong. I like it very much. I like the comp roof. I'm thrilled with the outrigger overhang rather than just parapets. It creates a shelter effect on the home side, and then the scale for Michael and your team collectively. I think it's wonderful that this scheme, you didn't even have to say you have budget cuts. It's been said by many art critics that when you go down to the essence and you can do no more, that's truth in essence. So I'll be a little poetic here. I'm feeling great with the color palette. My thoughts about the timber work. If this thing was built in 1927, 100 years ago, the thoughtfulness of how the timber works, how the colors and the forms work together. I think as much thought and heart is happening in 2020 as 1920. So with that, collectively, I have no remarks or shalls. I believe it was well said with board member Sharon about the bikes. in the future here. These families are in transition. So our typical parking reductions are upended here because you have a distinct program of stewarding over people's lives. I don't want to get in the middle of that. It's been said in the past with all of the wonderful planners working on this that you've had in play a use permit. The use permit is a mechanism. So you've got bikes, you've got cars. If there is an induction here to have a parking reduction as part of this amendment, to include that, so be it. And I don't think we have to get into reciprocal issues and those dynamics in the future here. It's been fine-tuned by the applicant. So also the friendly amendment, I certainly stand behind of moving on to staff in the interest of time and minimizing suffering in the community. Final going to staff. Does staff, the applicant, have any concerns with the tone we've set so far in these friendly amendments? Is there anything that you might struggle with?
Just to be clear, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, if you could just do one walkthrough through those items so we understand exactly what they might be, and then we can confirm that. And then also, as I mentioned, let the applicant have a chance to weigh in. Hey, you're still muted, Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
My thumb's too big, I'm sorry. Okay, as I understand it, from the board, the friendly amendments were that a parking reduction be implemented, be stewarded into the project, and be part of the resolution. And the parking reduction reflects what is requested in the plans. So I don't want to get into particulars, but you have a unit count, and you have a parking count, and that is acceptable to the board as a parking reduction. Okay, people are not.
I'm sorry, can I just break in? I apologize, Vice Chair, but
sure.
I know that staff is probably looking at this right now, and thank you also to Board Member Weigel for bringing it up. I don't see that the reso has the parking reduction language, and I'm looking at section 20-36-050, and the citation in the staff report is to subsection capital C1, which is one of three different, basically 1, 2, and 3 are different scenarios in which parking reductions can be a part of different related approvals. And I don't know that number 1 doesn't apply, but it seems to me like number 2 does. And there are findings that the review authority needs to make. So,
Chair Edmondson, this is Chris Natumian, Senior Planner. There is a finding under finding number 6 where it addresses the parking reduction. The finding that addresses whether the development will be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. If I may, I'll just read that. The proposed development will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to the properties or improvements in the vicinity, in that the number of parking spaces approved will be sufficient for the safe, convenient, and efficient operation of the use due to reduced parking demand resulting from enhanced access to multimodal transportation networks, proximity to employment opportunities, and availability of nearby commercial goods and services. Required traffic signalization with pedestrian crossing infrastructure improvements will enhance safety for all users, and a traffic impact study prepared by a licensed professional engineer indicates negligible impacts on existing traffic conditions.
great, thanks. I'm just asking, want to bear down on this a little bit because the findings are different under C1 versus C2, which seems to me like it would apply, but it may not be mandatory and it may not be exclusive. And number 2 involves a parking study. The finding is basically the same, but I just want to make sure that whatever resolution we have on the floor that gets voted on includes everything properly. And then I think that the reduction itself is going to be needed to be stated as a condition. So if that is not among the conditions, then it would need to be added in addition to findings.
Chair Edmondson, this is Tina Wallace, and I apologize for leaping in there. I'm not sure what the protocol is here. The parking
No, that's
reduction, the parking reduction that was requested was under Santa Rosa City Code section 20-36.050 subsection C2A. And the finding under the county code is that the number of parking spaces will be, or city code, excuse me, the number of parking spaces approved will be sufficient for its safe, convenient, and efficient operation of the use and will be compatible with neighboring properties. And the traffic study that we submitted reflects that language and is the basis for the board's findings.
Great, thank you, Ms. Wallace. I totally agree, and I thought that was the one that applied, and I just want to know, to make sure if we are considered the review authority, even though this has a CUP already, that we include it as a condition or, whatever the appropriate manner is. So that's all I have to say about that, and I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Hedgecock for letting me interrupt.
Vice Chair Hedgepath, you're on mute.
Thank you, Chair Edmondson, for your comments and your questions. I appreciate the curiosity. My understanding is that with Tina Wallace's comments here, section 20-36-05C2A, that item 6 in the resolution is going to assist us that a condition added to this. We do not need a condition number 8 in the resolution because of what's been read and how that's interpreted in item 6.
Yeah, that's correct, Vice Chair Hedgepath. This is Bill Rose. Condition 6 does cover it. It does reference the requirements of the zoning code, as Ms. Wallace indicated. It's also part of the project description. So I don't believe it's necessary that there's an additional condition added to this referencing it.
Just to verify, just to verify, it's finding 6, not condition 6.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you. It just seems like finding and condition are different things.
Okay.
I'm not sure one handles both.
Okay.
There is a condition that the development has to match the plans that are approved. So I think that captures the number of parking spaces.
This is Tina Wallace again. There are multiple court decisions holding that an applicant is legally bound by its project description. And we did include the parking reduction and the number of parking spaces in our project description. So we are legally bound by that.
And I will just jump in. This is Ashley Crocker. And the code section says that we need to make the following findings, and we have made the finding in 6. It need not be a separate condition. It is listed here as a finding as required by the code. So I think we can move on.
Vice Chair Hedgepath.
Chair Hedgepath, you're on mute.
I'm trying to get this right. Okay. I believe then, with hearing the Assistant City Attorney and all the other parties here, the project as it is designed in its most recent state captures and is will be subjected to executing those documents as what is directed. So we really only have, as I understand it, and fellow board members can chime in, there is only one amendment needed in this. And I believe it was actually in the first motion from board member Weigel, but that is that this preliminary design review move on to be deferred to staff, and that staff has the discretion to work with the applicant to execute said project in its final entitlement and have building permits be the result of said actions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepath. And you're indicating no other conditions, is that correct?
I have, in looking through the notes, there were suggestions, thoughts, people talked about color, other things, but it's as I understand it, it's settled out now because we have addressed vehicles, traffic, and parking so clearly with findings and with exhibits, and we are all four of us willing to take the exhibits and digest them and accept them, that it is now this motion on the table has had an amendment, as I understand it, one left, of deferring to staff. That's the only thing I understand that's on the floor that would be a friendly amendment, because it's not in the resolution.
Yeah, and the reason for my question was because at this point, there would be nothing for staff to ensure is implemented based on conditions from the board. But that's also keeping in mind that we have not heard from the Cultural Heritage Board yet. So I think at this point, you could either include that finding, albeit there's nothing at this point for staff to implement. You could grant it yourself, or you could just simply move forward with the motion as it's made, and you can make this friendly amendment later after you have input from the Cultural Heritage Board as well.
Well, as chair in Robert's rules, I rely on a board member to amend or clarify a motion. And Bill, what you've mentioned here is the emphasis, or we'll call it the declarative, that item 6 in the resolution be bookmarked, be clarified, or I'll use the word spirited by our board as addressing parking. That's something you're suggesting or giving an option to. And I would, because I as chair don't make amendments or author things, I wait for board members to, I would defer to my board members for such an action.
This is Bill Rose again. I don't think, from what I'm hearing, there's a need for any additional motions. It's certainly up to the board if you feel it's necessary. Okay. If you accept that finding, as drafted. The only exception may be, but I think it's also probably sufficient that the issue's been raised. At some point before final vote, we will need the clarification that the references include both boards throughout the resolution. But also, again, that can come right before you take the final vote if you need to as well.
Okay. This is Ashley Crocker. If I can just interject something here. I believe what I heard is that the motion was made for the resolution with the clarification that resolution will be amended to include the CHB. So that is the motion that stands. If there is a person who would like to raise a friendly amendment, then the original maker of the motion and the seconder can add that friendly amendment, and then we could move on. That would be the motion on the table. But since we do want to hear from CHB, we could also pause at this point that the resolution, the motion on the table includes the revision to add CHB. So if you want to hear from CHB now, then we can come back to if somebody wants to make a friendly amendment. That would be fine as well.
Yeah, my understanding, Ashley, is that the virtue of moving on to CHB for their comments are because this resolution jointly binds us together, their input and possibility of adding to said resolution is a given. So deferral is a given. Otherwise, we would have a partition and incomplete resolution because they are part of it. So
I think then let's proceed that way. The friendly amendment pertains only to the DRB, but let us just proceed with the CHB comments. I concur.
I think that's procedurally correct, and well, thank you. And this whole motion came from our board about including the CHB because it had to. It's now on file, recorded as a gift or a motion to you. So that's been done. Correct?
That's correct. So I think at this time, we can move this over to Chair Edmondson and members of the Cultural Heritage Board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepeth. Board members, I'll just go down the line and ask for comments on any matters that are within the scope of the design review resolution. And Vice Chair Fennell, would you like to begin?
I have nothing to say right now.
Thank you. Board Member Muser, please.
I have no comments at this time.
Thank you very much. Board Member Garrett, please.
I have no comments at this time.
Thank you. Board Member Groningen, please.
No further comments other than I accept the conversation, all aspects basically presented by the Design Review Board members. In other words, I'm in agreement.
Thank you very much. Board Member DeBacher, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I'm just going to read one brief passage from the Design Review Guidelines as my comment, and that is part of the Processing Design Review Procedures, Part 2, Section 1, Section G, new construction, because I believe this resolution is for the new design going forward rather than the other actions. Under that section, the purpose of the design guidelines for new construction is to ensure that the architectural character of Santa Rosa's preservation district is maintained and enhanced. The Cultural Heritage Board does not specify a particular architectural style or design for new construction projects. The scale, mass, and size of the buildings are often far more important than the decorative details applied. New and infill construction can be contemporary and should not seek to mimic or match exactly the existing buildings in the district, as historic reproductions tend to confuse observers now and especially in future years. Based on that, the primary things we're looking at are massive size, our mass, scale, and rhythm. And I think that I'm very clear on where I fall on this project fitting into the district.
Thank you, Board Member DeBacher. And I am in support of the resolution on the floor, and I would be in support of voting for one with a friendly amendment to expedite or accomplish the final design review or defer it to staff. I appreciate the responsive design changes, the sort of lack of interest on the homes portion and the 7th Street frontage was my biggest concern with the project, and I think that's been addressed in a thoughtful way. I actually feel very similarly to Board Member Weigel. I did prefer the former design for the center. I thought it was sort of a good way to mark kind of a transition from one area to another, but I certainly don't have any reason to object to the redesign. So I'm in support of this resolution. And with that, CHB have all given their comments, or Board Member McHugh, you're not on my screen. Let me go to you if I might have missed you because I don't see your face here. Board Member McHugh, any comments?
I have no comments actually.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I missed you earlier. So Vice Chair Hedgepeth, I'm going to turn it back over to you to take us forward, please.
Thank you. With that, am I on the way?
You're still muted, Warren.
Thank you, Chair Edmondson. So with that, I believe staff understands what the amendment is. And do you need anything more from me, Bill, here as far as the inclusion of the CHB in the resolution? And with that, the note that staff can defer, that the project can be deferred to staff for final design review.
Can I interject, Vice Chairman Hedgepeth,
yes,
real quick? I started with making the friendly amendment, so I have a question for Bill about the friendly amendment that I was going to propose. And it's a difference between what you're saying, Warren, and actually granting final design review. Bill, can I get some clarity on if I made the friendly amendment that we grant final design review tonight, what would be the difference between that and deferring final design review to staff? Is there?
Yeah, that's what I was hinting at a few moments ago. I think that you could grant it because you're really not indicating any conditions. The purpose of final is for staff, when you defer it, to ensure and verify that what you're requesting is truly implemented. Since you're not requesting anything, I think you have the right to grant it. The only distinction I would make, if you make that as a friendly amendment, that the friendly amendment specifies final design review is being granted solely by the design review board. This is not an action that is under the purview of the Cultural Heritage Board. So I would just make that distinction.
Okay, I'd like to make the friendly amendment that we grant final design review approval tonight as a sole voting
by the DRB.
By the DRB. Thank you, Warren. It was too simple.
Yes. Okay.
I accept your friendly amendment, Henry. And the reason I didn't make it is because I didn't know if there were going to be any conditions or comments from the group. So I'm glad we don't have any. Awesome.
And we also accept. There we go. Acceptance by the second. And now we can take a roll call vote. Exactly.
Hey, I just want to confirm, I'm calling both board members, both boards, right? Roll call for both boards?
That's correct, Patty. We need a roll call. We need a consensus vote. And so what that means is a majority of a quorum for the design review board, and we need 4 affirmative votes on the Cultural Heritage Board.
Okay, we'll start with design review board. Board member Wicks.
Aye.
Board member Weigel.
Aye.
Board member Sharon.
Aye.
And Vice Chair Hedgehead.
Aye.
Okay. And Cultural Heritage Board, Board member Groninga.
Aye.
Board member Garrett.
I actually have a question. Can I ask that before I vote?
Certainly.
Does this not depend on the landmark alteration?
This is a separate action.
This is separate. Okay. Then aye.
Okay. Vice Chair Fennell.
Aye.
Board member Muser.
Aye.
Board member McHugh.
Aye.
Board member DeBacher.
Nay.
And Chair Edmondson.
I vote aye.
So that resolution passes. At this point, we can allow the design review board to adjourn. Thank you everyone for tonight, and then we'll move on to the landmark alteration.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
Take care. Enjoy the long night ahead.